don't even have to ask.
You ready? All right. Good evening. It is December the 12th, 2022. The time is 6 p.m. This is a regularly scheduled meeting of the Argyle ISD Board of Trustees. At this time, we will determine if a quorum is present.
Josh Western here. Richie Deffenbaugh present.
Matt Slayton, present.
Craig Hawksworth, present.
And I, Sam Slayton, present. We do have a quorum established. The time is 6:01 p.m. We will adjourn to executive session.
Can we take Colin
All right, good evening. The time is 7:17 p.m. We have returned from executive session. At this time, we will have the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge
allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Honor the Texas flag.
I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible.
All right, at this time, we'll have a moment of silence. All right, thank you. All right, I will entertain a motion to approve action items as discussed in closed session.
So moved.
Dr. McDade, motion to approve. Do I have a second?
Second.
Mr. Matt Slayton, second. Any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, thank you. Dr. Wright? Special recognition?
Yes. This evening, we're going to be providing special recognition for the High School Advisory and Planning Committee. Back during the Bond and Growth Planning Committee process in the fall of '21, when the Bond Committee was putting together the '22 bond, the committee designated the 377 campus as future high school in some fashion, just that the 377 campus would be returned to use as a high school facility. Additionally, the request for a future high school planning committee resulted from conversations with the Bond Committee and the community. That's where the idea of the high school committee came from, was from that Bond Committee in the fall of '21. The Argyle ISD Advisory and Planning Committee was formed this past August, and we had a great outpouring of interest to serve on this committee. The district had nearly 150 applications, and ultimately 60 parents, staff, and students were selected to serve. We developed a committee that represented all our campuses, 5 campuses, from various grade levels and with various experiences, and represented all of the geographic areas of the district. It was geocoded. Dr. Jim Vasakis, who's the former Mansfield superintendent, led this process as a facilitator, and we're very thankful to him for leading the committee. He has nearly 40 years of service in public education, and he's here tonight to provide some insight into the process that concluded last Wednesday with the final meeting of the committee. So I want to say thank you to the committee members for your service. We're so grateful for you and the time commitment that you made and your willingness to support the students, the staff, and the community. So at this time, Dr. Vasakis is going to talk to you.
Thank you, Dr. Wright. President Slayton, members of the board, Dr. Wright, and citizens of Argyle ISD. I'm Jim Vasakis, and I had the privilege and pleasure of working with the High School Planning Committee. And I would like to just take a minute to recognize everyone that worked and served on that committee. So if you were either a presenter, a facilitator, or a member of the committee, would you please stand and let us recognize you? So. When I was going to call him up for a picture,
okay.
I just wanted
Right.
to recognize him first, if that's okay.
Sure.
As you know, Argyle is growing like crazy, and I know that. A couple of reasons. One, driving through the traffic to get here every day. And second is a couple of my former students have chosen to raise their families in Argyle ISD because of what this community offers for families and for kids. It's pretty amazing. We had a charge to examine, do a comparative analysis of different options of high schools. We chose 4 that are the most common used and one that would be unique to Argyle. And we examined them through a board-approved lenses of growth, facilities, finance, curriculum instruction, extra and co-curricular activities. I was going to speak about the committee, and I worked hard on my speech, but there's a student that we had that served on the committee, Brett Walsh. I read his, and his is much better than mine, so I'm going to have Brett come up and read his comments.
Thank you, Dr. V. That's a bold statement, but I appreciate it. I'm going to say hi to my mom on the camera. I know she's watching at home. Dr. Wright, President Slayton, members of the board, and everybody else here tonight. My name is Brett Walsh, and I'm blessed and honored to speak to you guys tonight on my experience on the high school planning committee. Before I dive into that experience, I would want to give you and others a little insight onto my experience in the district, in the school, and why I ultimately decided to serve. I've been in the district for only 4 semesters, but I have loved every moment I've experienced with my friends and peers. I've found a way in a brand new school district to make friends and find things to be involved in, and a lot of it is credit to the welcoming environment Argyle has developed inside the high school and other campuses. In this short time, I became the student council president. I'm the president of our varsity golf team and the Palace program, and the Challenge Day Club vice president and investment club chairman, and just a couple of the other great organizations and opportunities that I've got an opportunity to participate in. When I was asked to join the committee as a high school representative, I was a little shocked, but super happy that the districts wanted to hear insight from student leaders alike around Argyle. I read into what our job was and thought to myself, how was I going to provide benefit? With a great lineup of speakers who provided us valuable information on each lens that we looked at, I was confident I could gather the necessary information I needed to help give valuable insight to what a student may value in certain scenarios. After spending over 20 hours on the committee over the course of the school year, we looked into 5 possible high school models through 5 different lenses. After listening to each lens specialist and their presentation regarding the subject, we dove into deep table discussion where we talked about multiple pros and cons that were associated with each choice. In this, not only did I learn about what high school model would be best for our district in the coming years, but I learned that this committee in the town of Argyle cares about the future of our school. That we carefully considered how each school in the district in every scenario would affect all aspects of our town. It is evident to me that we are a rapidly growing community and we are working hard to maintain the excellence that we worked so hard to retain. I'm more than blessed for the relationships I have built during my time on the committee, and I'm forever grateful for you and the district for allowing a student like me to help serve on the committee. Thank you so much for your time tonight.
Thanks, Brett.
So yeah, what he said. I'm very proud of the work of this committee, and just a couple of short points I'd like to make, and then we'll ask the committee to come forward to get a picture. There were 7 meetings over a period of approximately 3.5 months. Committee members spent roughly 17 to 18 hours involved in this committee. 7 of those hours were hearing expert testimony from your amazing staff and the demographer that works for the district. Approximately 4 of those hours were also question and answer opportunities to kind of get further feedback and clarification from anything that the experts said. 5 hours through evaluation, table discussion, and sharing out. Important thing that I want to share is every idea was heard, every idea was discussed, and every idea was considered. I actually, counting my time as consultant, have 42 years in public education. I've facilitated or served on a bunch of committees, and this is one of the best ones that I've ever been a part of, and I'm not just saying that because I'm here, but I'm saying it because it is true. And so at this time, I would like to ask this outstanding committee members to come forward, and let's get a picture made. How do you want to do this, Dr.
You all want to go out
Yeah.
there and have a picture? The board's going to come out and have a picture with them.
Right. Dr. Wright, this concludes our presentation, so thank you.
Thank you, sir.
All right, we're going to go to public comment now. In order to facilitate everyone who wished to speak that signed up, we're going to do a total of 3 minutes for each person. Rick has it technologically set up to where Mr. Hawksworth is no longer needed to keep time.
Oh, yeah.
Keep time. Had to clarify that. So just some rules for the road, so I don't have to repeat myself, but I'm more than willing to repeat myself. So I'll call you the days, and then your time will start, and then the board will not have any comments or questions. So I appreciate everyone who's here tonight, and we will listen. So we will get started with Mr. Harbison. And if I mispronounce any names, I apologize in advance.
Now, in full disclosure, I timed myself for 4 minutes, and I was just going to start editing, but I'll see if I can talk faster. Let's see. So, all right, so I'm here on the archery discussion for the maintenance facility and the transportation facility. First of all, I'd like to thank the district for providing a home for the archery for all these past years. Our program, 13 plus years ago, was 30 archers. Now we're capping it at 150. We got to cut some off because just don't have the room. But it certainly flourished, largely in part due to the unfettered access to a practice space. With the growth of the district that we've already mentioned, this level of access was bound to be an issue. We understand this. We understand that we're at your mercy. We also want you to understand that we totally support the ISD. All our students, as a little different from AYSA, all our students are actually Argyle students due to our program being a school's archery program. So we're on the same page. We're on the same mission. We're trying to help our students become great citizens here. The relocation it really caught us by surprise, and obviously didn't sit well with a lot of folks. So first of all, I'd just like to ask that AYSA and the sports be given full consideration as we're serving the same students, full consideration decisions going forward, please. But now, given that the new construction timeline and costs are unachievable in the near term, we have some short-term solutions that I'm asking for that are really just an adjustment of policy, so something quicker at the holy stroke of a pen. The renovation timeline of the archery arena to maintenance center has us vacating the 2 old classrooms within a month that we use for storage and office space. We have approximately $31,000 of inventory that needs to be kept secure, and moving that to the open arena has its risks, but we believe we can work with the space. The other piece that really a crucial thing is losing that main entrance to the arena. While there are 2 other doors to the arena, one opens up to the shooting range, one goes around the back through the dark and the mud and really is into the safety zone right at the archers' backs, and neither one is a safe, viable option. So if we could do anything is adjust the timeline on the construction process so that we can maintain the entrance at least through our February 3rd, 4th tournament, which is our major fundraiser. We have 2 other timelines, March 22nd and 23rd, which is our state tournament. So we have a major effort that goes through that far. And then our season is complete at the end of April with the national tournament in Salt Lake City. So those are 3 timelines. And if we could at least get through the fundraiser tournament, we have a bunch of visitors coming in to keep our main entrance. That would be crucial. Our proposed solution is the middle school aux gym. The measurements of the space, while are not ideal, will barely fit our archers in there, and we can probably work with that. But while that may be a solution for us, it puts the rest of AYSA youth basketball at risk because it's one of the few gyms with the hoops that lower, so it would kick them out and they would not have a home. And their season ends towards the end of February, and there's some timeline issues that we could work in there. The storage space that remains to be seen whether that'll work. It's a 5 by 14.5. It's considerably smaller than the 2 classrooms that we work in now, but we do have some temperature sensitive things that we need some indoor storage for. The Connex box that was offered outside is hot, but it would work for some of our bigger, bulkier targets that we do. So, and then we would need some cables for curtains. I see my time, so I'm going to kind of wrap this up. So, while gym space and everything, we understand that that the availability of some of the gyms could be increased with policy decisions. Currently, archery is, by Mr. Ledford's admission that he says that he doesn't want archery shooting on wood floor gyms. If we had more time, we really just found this out 2 weeks ago. If we had more time, I'd like to be able to present data that other schools do shoot on gym with wood floors and there is no damage. It's an expensive undertaking, so I don't want to just promise that right away, but if I had an opportunity to show you some data points and prove to you that we don't damage wood floors, we could probably work that where it opens up other options as far as gyms. And part of the other policy is that, and I think Tom Irwin is here and may speak to it, the access to the gyms doesn't give, some of the gyms they use, I'm paraphrasing, so I'm off my speech here. Some of the gyms are not in use because it gives full access to the rest of the school, and I understand the security reasons you don't want to give access to the entire school. But so a policy change where all our coaches have background checks and they're vetted, and if there's some policy changes in there that we can open up the gamut of gyms to everybody and relieve some of the scheduling burden. So I know we'll never have another, this is my wrap up, I know we'll never have a standalone archery building, more than likely again, but I see a couple other agenda items later on. I know we're growing, there's schools coming. If we could get in that conversation, and if we're on the fence of whether another gym is needed or not, I'm sure our use and other AYSA activities could put us over the hump for that, and we can work on funds ourselves and raise funds that help with some of that. And so I'd like that consideration, at least be involved in the discussions for that. And so I welcome any questions if you have that. Sorry for the time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Herring.
So I was a late check mark on the sheet today. I wholeheartedly came here fully prepared to just listen and take everything in. But I did serve on the committee, as many of these people did. I enjoyed that. Get to take part in that community input that, we definitely had that here over the 7 meetings. Got to talk to many of you who were sitting up there and decision makers as well during the process, which I enjoyed as well. And I think a lot of the committee members would say the same thing. One of the things I learned when I used to be a coach is we have a lot of people and spectators who sometimes will sit in the stands, and if things aren't going right, or you're not coaching and doing what they said or what they should be doing, that Johnny should be playing here, or you should be running this offense or defense, everybody's heard it. And a lot of times that's because people don't have all the facts that go into the decisions that you guys have to make, right? And you talk about them all the time in the board meetings. One of the things we did in the meeting is we did dive into the facts. And I hear a lot of things from the community of people chiming in on one side or the other of the high school debate, and they kind of come at it with an emotion. Well, if you make big decisions purely off emotion, it's a recipe for disaster. And I think most people on the board know that. And we dove into the facts. And so, what I would encourage the board to do is, if we're going to take the Google sheet that has hundreds of comments on it and just say, hey, this is what the community is saying they want, that we should also have a method in which we deliver the same information that we were privy to them, so they can make the same decisions how we made the decisions. I understand getting 1,000 or 2,000 people in a room trying to make a decision is not the best use of anybody's time, right? You probably start having tomatoes fly across the room and that kind of thing. I understand that. But we did have 60 members from all over the district. Like Dr. Wright said, these are people who were in Old Argyle, these people from Canyon Falls, Harvest, Bartonville, 1830 Country Club, everywhere. They were here in this room, and they heard all the data. I mean, and it was clear, right? There was one option that won every single one of those lenses that Dr. V stated, and that was the freshman campus with the 9 through 12 option. And I'll be the first to admit, and I'm on video, saying this, right on stage with a couple of these guys, saying that a 9-10 campus, 11-12 campus is what I preferred, but what I preferred did not, come out ahead in that decision. It's for finance reasons. Some options were $30-40 million more than others. Operation costs were, $1 million more a year in certain ones, and many of you guys were here to hear that. People said, well, I wanted a small school, but I'm afraid I would be zoned to a large school. So all those conversations were had in here, and that's how we came to our decision. And I just wish that if we're going to take the outside input, which I think we should, everybody's opinions are valid, that they should have the same information that we made the decision with. So you guys have a big decision ahead of you. I'm praying for you and hope everything works out. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Christine Taylor?
Good evening. My name is Christine Taylor, and I am the parent of 2 AISD students. First of all, I'd like to start off by thanking you for your time you give to serve the district. I know how much it takes away from your jobs and families, so thank you. Second, I had the privilege of serving on the high school advisory committee. Over the course of 17 meetings, we spent 17 hours listening to presentations from district experts, engaged in table discussions, and conducted analysis of the data given. As you know, the analysis focused on the 5 best options selected by the board and was viewed through 5 different lenses. Each option was ranked by the individual committee members through the 5 lenses. In the end, the option of the 9th grade campus and 10-12 campus was selected as being the best option on all 5 lenses. As directed by the district and moderator, the committee approached the charge objectively and ranked the options after being briefed on the facts of each option. I was surprised by the option that scored the highest, but after weighing all of the criteria the district set forth, it was clearly the most logical and best solution for our district, our taxpayers, and our students. I came into this committee feeling like I thought I knew what the best option was. Guess what? I was wrong. After hearing and reviewing the data, listening to the discussion of this diverse committee, I realized that you can't make an informed decision until you have all of the information. Without a doubt, this is not an easy decision to make. However, it is a decision that should be made based on facts, not feelings in the absence of facts. I know that you all have feelings about what the future high school configuration should look like. We all do. Ultimately, it is your responsibility to look at all of the data and information presented to you, including the information from the High School Advisory Committee. As a committee member, it was my understanding, with it being said at almost every meeting, that our recommendation would be presented to the board. If not tonight, I sincerely hope that happens at a later date. It should also include staff, administrative, and community feedback as well, but this decision cannot be based solely on that. As an elected official, you represent every student and future student in AISD. You represent AISD taxpayers. You are charged to make the best decisions for our district by looking objectively at all of the information you are presented with. Just as I was surprised by what the facts demonstrated during our committee meetings that changed my view, I hope you will give the same facts consideration when making this important decision for the future of our district. Switching subjects, as an archery parent, I'd like to say the archery program is very important, and your decision this evening impacts not just archery, but basketball and volleyball, and approximately 800 students. Please consider the impact to the program and all of the other affected students when making a decision this evening on this agenda item. Thank you for your service to the district.
Thank you. Allison Flinner.
Hello, I'm Allison Fleener. I was a member of the High School Advisory and Planning Committee. I want to thank you all for allowing members of the community to commit 17 hours of their time to this very important topic that will shape the future of our district and community. I came tonight as I was under the impression that the board would hear the findings and recommendations from the committee, but that plan changed. However, I do think it is important that some of the findings of the committee be shared in a summarized manner, so I am here to do just that. Of the 5 options presented, only 4 would offer real solutions to the problems the district is facing, so I'm not sharing anything related to scenario D, which included the STEM and CTE Academy. Unfortunately, I had a presentation which I was told I was not allowed to share, so I will try to summarize it. I had to change my speech a little bit. But what I was going to share was the cost difference in the 4 viable solutions is glaring. I included the costs presented by the district experts. I know that people have strong feelings about the future of this district, and you should be proud that you live in a town that cares that deeply. However, it is one thing to have a feeling about something and an entirely different thing to ask taxpayers to take on the additional tax burden of upwards of $180 million additional dollars between the scenario of 2 separate high schools and one high school with a 9th, 10th grade campus and an 11th, 12th grade campus. And that's just the cost of the capital difference. It doesn't include the yearly M&O cost differences that would increase. I know at the end of the day, you will never make everyone happy. You must make a decision that is best for the future of this district and the children that attend these schools. And no matter what solution you choose, you will need to go to the voters and ask for another bond package. All that I am asking is that you listen to what the experts in your own administration are saying is the right solution, and consider that a large committee of individuals from all over the district clearly came to the same conclusion based on the facts presented by those district experts. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Jennifer Zinich, I'm sorry. Okay, cool.
Good evening. I am speaking on the agenda item 10D. I am currently the Argyle Elementary South manager, team manager, and coach for the archery team. Currently, we use that metal building behind the intermediate school. It is a dedicated arena for us and has been for several years. We know we're losing it. Argyle's growing. Our hope tonight is to really try and push the timeline through the end of the season if possible. We have 145 kids in the program, and we're likely even going to be bigger next year. We've already had to waitlist kids this year. Almost half of those are elementary. We have almost 75 elementary kids, 4th and 5th graders. Those are my kids. For some of them, this is their first foray into any sport at all. We're now about 2.5 months into our season, and we're seeing huge strides in these kids. To see a kid hit a yellow or a bullseye for the first time and watch them light up is amazing. And they ask, when can I come back? When can I practice again? They start out coming to practice 1 time a week. Now we have kids coming to practice 2 and 3 times a week because we have access to this arena. They are in it. They've worked so hard. One of the reasons they're dedicated is because we have the arena. Sorry, I jumbled notes. Asking these 75 elementary kids to come into a side entrance in the back with the mosquitoes in the mud and a plywood sidewalk, we know that's what's going to happen. It's not safe. They're going to be coming in behind the shooting line. And again, these are 4th and 5th graders, 7 and 8-year-olds. You're asking them to come in the back of an arena. Kids come in late, we shoot at 5:30. It happens, parents can't get there, so they're trickling in from 5:30 to 6 o'clock. The way the arena's set up now is safe. The way you're asking us to do it is not. We're just simply asking for some consideration. This decision not only impacts the 145 archery kids, this will ultimately impact 600 basketball kids, another several hundred volleyball kids. They're all in AYSA, and they are all feeders to Argyle ULL sports. We're now in our 3rd year at Argyle, and we've learned one thing: Argyle wins. Argyle is tops in everything. That's no different with archery. We have kids winning state. You talk to Lamar in Austin. You talk to Arlington Martin. They know who Argyle is. They have their own dedicated arenas. But they hear Argyle, and they're like, ooh. We send kids to state. We send teams to state, and we send teams to nationals in Utah every year, representing Argyle, representing the Eagle, representing Texas, and we win. We place, we win, we get scholarships. So please consider our kids, consider our parents, and consider this program. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Austin?
Good evening. My name is Austin Zinnick. I am on the Argyle South Elementary Archery team. I have been shooting for just over a year now. So far, our team has won the last 2 tournaments we entered. Archery means so much to me. I want to tell you a little bit about what archery has taught me. Archery has taught me that practice does pay off in the long run. Archery has taught me that through hard work you can reach your goals. I practiced hard all summer to achieve my goal of a 260 out of a possible 300. I am much stronger than I was last year. So far this year, my shooting average is a 270. Archery has taught me how to shut out the distractions around me and focus in on my aim and my target. I can focus better in school for tests using what I've learned in archery. Archery has also taught me that above all, honesty and integrity are the most important. You have to earn the score you want. It will not be handed to you. In archery, it doesn't matter who's strongest, tallest, or even oldest. Archery relies on focus and form. Even the smallest archer can win tournaments if they practice, focus, and use the right form. I have made so many good friends thanks to archery. We enjoy spending time both in the arena and at school. We are truly a team at Argyle South. In conclusion, archery has made me a better athlete, a better student, and a better person. Thank you.
Thank you, Austin. All right, I apologize on the last name. It's letters are running together. Christian Vissers. Okay, thank you. All right, Chris and Zephan Telford. Are we gonna speak separately, or like each have time, or?
No, sir. We were just signing in.
Okay, cool.
Alrighty. That was amazing. So, good evening, members of the Argyle School Board. My name is Chris Telford, and I am here to speak about the importance of prioritizing the archery program in the school's planning. So I have two kids in the program, Zephan and Araya, both of whom represented Argyle this weekend at a tournament in Kaufman. Now, Araya, this is her first year in archery and her second tournament. Zephan, on the other hand, right over there, Zephan, on the other hand, has been shooting since 2020, and this was his 21st tournament. His 21st tournament representing Argyle Archery Program. He was 4th out of 87 7th grade boys in the program, and second here at Argyle for 7th grade boys. So we got to also celebrate Argyle's success, and we got to celebrate his personal best score of a 265. We're very proud of him. So as a parent of students who participate in the Argyle program, the archery program, I have seen firsthand the benefits that the benefit brings to our students. Archery not only helps improve physical fitness, hand-eye coordination, but it also fosters discipline and focus. These are valuable skills that our students can carry with them throughout their lives. In addition to the personal benefits the archery program provides, it also brings a sense of community to the school. The archery team consists of about 145 kids, and it's a tight-knit group of students who support each other, encourage each other, both on and off the range. The camaraderie is something that is often hard to find in a school setting, and it should be celebrated and supported. Now, I understand the growing priorities can make it difficult to allocate attention to all the different programs that we would like to support. However, I strongly believe that the archery program is worth investing in. Not only does it provide valuable skills and experience to our students, but it also brings a unique and valuable element to our school and our school's community. So I urge the school board to consider the importance of the archery program and prioritize it in future planning. One show of support could be delaying the use of the archery stadium to house the maintenance equipment until the school year is over. Another way of showing support would be to consider including space in future construction projects that can be used by the archery program. So thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Jeffrey Bucchio.
Hello, my name is Corbin Bucchio. I'm an 8th grader at Argyle Middle School. Last year, I joined the Argyle archery team in 7th grade. Within 2 seasons, I've grown from a newbie who couldn't even learn how to pull a bowstring properly to getting first place at the beginning of at our first tournament at the beginning of the year. A little insight into what archery means to me. I've tried a few different sports back when I was younger. However, none of them has stuck to me through the future. When I moved here to Denton a year ago, I heard about the archery program within our district. Once I got in, it was one of the best decisions I've ever made. Learning how to properly shoot, knowing knowing the potential I could get, and even shooting with special targets made me feel more satisfied than ever. Most importantly, it helped me maintain focus and be disciplined in safety and sportsmanship. I have now been in the sport for over a year, and it might be one of my favorite sports yet. I hope to stay in it as long as I can. And when I heard that we might be losing access to our current shooting range, I felt displaced and a bit disappointed. I finally found a sport I enjoy and where I could be with like-minded people, but now I feel uprooted and hung in the air. I can't help but think of the other sports in our school and how they have been how they are being supported. They've got football fields, basketball courts, ballparks, and tennis courts. But why can't we keep our good old shooting range? We have students like me that only do archery. Argyle Archery has some of the best archers in the state, and I would love to continue to be one of them. To get there, I should have the ability to consistently practice just like every other student athlete. Having a shooting range is very important for our team. Our team needs a stable and consistent home to evolve, to be better archers, and to continue to be one of the best archery programs in the state. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Lorena Moore.
Good evening. I'm Lorena Moore. I have 3 children in the Argyle ISD school district, and I came here today because I wanted to speak to you about a huge decision you're going to make for our community, high school. What are we going to do? Staying true to Argyle, I'm sure that the decision that's made, I think will end up all being okay. But how okay are we going to be? And that's going to fall on our students. The decision that you make is going to impact their future and their children's future. So I wanted to do a little bit of research on my own, and I took a look at usnews.com. They compared larger mega high schools to smaller classroom size and smaller high schools. Smaller schools, smaller classrooms show more individual attention equals better grades, better test scores, and fewer disciplinary actions. In 1985, Tennessee launched an experiment, the Student-Teacher Achievement Ratio, STAR Project. They assigned 7,000 students in 79 schools to classes in various sizes. 4 years later, they went back and they analyzed the students in smaller classes, and they noticed that they were between 2 and 5 months ahead of the peers in larger classes, according to the Academic Journal of Teachers College Record. By 8th grade, those same students were almost a full year ahead. I went on t.texas.gov. There was an article, and it shows decades of research in school size and class size in Texas public schools. Here's a few excerpts. Small school maintain the students' achievement improvements because smaller schools have higher class and school participation, parent involvement, attendance, and graduation rates, as well as better school climate, more individual attention, and fewer dropouts and school or discipline problems. The report also shows that students feel a greater sense of belonging and self-regard at a smaller school. Research also demonstrates that students participate less at a larger school. Often fewer students at large schools participate in school activities due to feelings of isolation and seclusion. In addition, the number of students who can participate in rules and Activities is limited in a larger school. In a smaller school, 2 schools, 9 through 12, allows more student involvement. It allows more parental involvement. It allows more of us to know our community and who's around us. In addition, the number of students who can participate in the roles, again, and activities is limited at a larger school. In contrast, students at smaller schools often are more eager to participate and have more opportunities to do so. In addition to increase student participation in small schools, parents tend to participate more often, and smaller schools matter. Lastly, regardless of whether measuring graduation rates or dropout rates, small schools are more likely to keep students in school. Nationally, a relationship has been established between school size and student attendance. Overall, the percentage of students absent on a typical day increases as the school size increases. In general, larger schools, especially in larger cities, have higher dropout rates. Student dropout rates remain lower in smaller school districts. Thank you.
Thank you. Brian Hantes.
Great, I have to follow that. So, thank you for having us tonight. Thank you for hearing our opinions. Again, my name is Brian Hantes. I have 2 children in Argyle Independent School District currently, and there seems to be some tough decisions to be made. But ironically, everyone that I speak with, that decision is easy, and that is not to have one mega high school in this town. Like a lot of people, we moved to Argyle for a sense of community and great schools, and as we sit here today, we've achieved that, and I'm a little bit afraid and nervous of what is to come, and I don't envy the position of a lot of people in this room, but as we sit here today, we've found what we are looking for. As it relates to schools, we were looking for close relationships for our children and ourselves, and the opportunities for our 2 children to participate in the extracurricular activities. Having one mega high school reduces these opportunities, and those are just facts. If it's music or drama or clubs or sports, the spots are limited. There are other factors in my feelings towards this as well, like mental health, safety, and long-lasting friendships. We moved away from a city that's close by that has a high school with almost 4,000 students in 9 through 12. We moved away from that to have a community in a different kind of a setting, and it really hurts me to think that could go away. We have an opportunity to have 2 separate 9 through 12 high schools in this city, and that's certainly what me and my family and a lot of people I know are hoping for as well. Don't be fooled that bigger is better. More students means less involvement per student. To put it in sports terms, because I know there's a lot of sports fans and it's a little bit of a sports town, but look, do you want your child to be on the team or do you want your child to play, right? There's only 5 spots on the basketball court. So, I think that if you want to be involved, you want your child to be involved, having smaller high schools is the way to go. I don't believe that I could ever be convinced that more students per graduating class is better for the student. So thank you for hearing us, and appreciate you.
Thank you. Brian Burney.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much for allowing us to speak. Appreciate you have a lot of big decisions coming up, some of which I wasn't actually aware of until this evening, but hopefully you'll make the right ones. I want to just speak for a minute. I won't even need the 3 minutes. I just want to express I am the parent of 5 children, 4 of which have gone through have gone through and are going through the Argyle ISD system. It's been a great opportunity to be here. I've been a coach with the archery team now for, I think, almost 4 years, I think. Yeah, 4 years now. Assistant head coach on the Argyle 3D team and also assist on the Bullseye team. I cannot tell you how important that the archery has been to my children and also to all the other children whom I coach. The groundwork set up by Joan many years ago, starting this team, and which has been built on year after year to create a successful environment for kids to learn how to concentrate. I know that any of you here who are parents know that our children these days have short attention spans. It is allowing them to participate in a sport that requires concentration and dedication and practice, all the things that we all grew up with that the kids today are not growing up with in the same way that we did. I think this is a tremendous program that we have here. It's a successful program. It raises the image of Argyle's independent school district. Everywhere that we go, we are a successful team. We do an extremely good job at teaching these kids primarily safety, how to become part of a team. It's not just individual scores that count when we go to the tournaments, it's the entire team. So it's a real team-based sport. You have at any time in the arena, we have up to 24 kids shooting at any particular practice. We need the space, folks. We really do. And allowing us to finish up the season would be the kindest thing that you could do for us at the moment. The next thing after that would be allowing us a space which would be dedicated to us in the future, allowing us to practice many nights a week, because we have kids that come in 2-3 nights a week sometimes, and Dave and I also run programs on Saturdays, and it fills up. The kids want to do this sport. It's important to us. It's important to the kids. Please take that into consideration in your future plans. Thank you.
Isabella Hawks.
Hello. My name is Isabella Hawks. You might have seen I was also on the high school planning committee, but I'm going to talk about archery. I'm in 8th grade. I moved here in 4th grade. I've been doing archery since I moved here. I've been doing archery for 5 years for Target and then 3 years for 3D. I've made a lot of friends during this time. I've been to, this is my 3rd school district. I was at 2 before this, and I actually didn't have friends in any of the other districts. Archery helped me actually make my first friend here, and now I have my own kind of circle. I'm not just able to make friends in my own grade, I'm able to make friends in kids younger and older than me. I'm able to see what high school is going to be like before I'm actually there. I've been able to learn a lot of different things. I've been able to learn how to adapt and how to not get frustrated when I shoot an arrow off. I can just take a breath and keep going. I've been able to learn to speak up for myself when I'm having a problem. I wouldn't be on the high school committee if I hadn't been able to learn how to do that. I have friends in high school that through the past couple years have been able to get scholarships for colleges that they might not have actually gone to college if they didn't have a scholarship. I was able to travel to Utah for nationals, and I placed 7th. I would never have been to Salt Lake City, Utah, if I hadn't been in archery. Moving to the Aux Gym for archery, or any of the gyms, would not just be a disruption to archery, but also to be a disruption for the basketball players and the volleyball players that are there almost every day a week. I'm also in color guard. We use that every once in a while because color guard doesn't actually have space. I'm hoping that we'll be able to at least make it to spring break, but I really want us to be able to make it to the end of the year, especially for a lot of the new kids. If it's your first year in a sport, it's hard if you lose this place you started to learn in within a month or 2 of starting. It doesn't put much faith into whether or not you're actually going to be able to keep going in it. I don't actually have time after school for a lot of stuff. I get home, I immediately have to eat dinner, do a little bit of homework, and then go to whatever I have that evening. 3 times a week, that is archery. Other kids might give up if it's one sport that is taking up a lot of time, but I want to be able to learn archery. I use my time. As some other people have said, kids start doing one day a week. 4th grade, when I moved here, I only did 1 day a week. I'm going 3 different days a week. One of those times is 9 a.m. in the morning on Saturday. Thank you for your time.
Shaylee Wagner. This is the first board meeting. I haven't messed up your name.
Thanks.
I know.
It's been a little while, so you had some time. Okay, I'm Shaylee Wagner, and thank you very much for the opportunity to be here tonight. So I actually have 3 things, so hopefully we'll see if I have time to get to those 3 things. So anyway, again, thank you, school board, for being here and for the time that you put into our schools. I think it's so important. So the first thing, my daughter would not be happy with me if I didn't make this my first thing. The first thing is about high school exam exemptions. So that's my first thing that I'll cover. So I'm personally disappointed by the decision to not allow students to exempt from exams if they've missed more than 2 days of school, regardless of reasons. So if students have worked their tail off to, if a student has worked his or her tail off to get a 90% or above, I think they should be able to exempt from the exams. As a substitute teacher, I cannot tell you how many times, just this year, I've heard of kids coming to school very sick, including one whose mom told me, oh, she threw up this morning. We're actually outside when the incidents happened a couple of weeks ago, but she said, oh yeah, she threw up this morning, but she didn't want to have to take her exam, so she came to school. So we're sending sick kids to school. It just baffles my mind. So I understand that we need funding. I understand how important that is, but it should not be coming at the expense of kids coming to school sick. So that's my first thing. My second thing is regarding school trips, and I know that we cut down a lot on them. I actually do not know the specific numbers about how many we have seen come back, but we need to see the return of school trips. Even if they're just for the day, I'm not talking about the big overnight ones, but there are so many students in our district who would not otherwise get to see the plethora of things that we have available in this area if it weren't for school trips. Art museums, a play, a presidential library. We've got multiple, here, college campuses, largely populated city and its landmarks here. And those reasons might not be financial. It could be for other reasons that they can't get to go. So some of my favorite memories from school are when we took school trips. We saw a local Hamlet production, visited Valley Forge. I was in Philadelphia area. We got to go to Philadelphia, Independence Hall, where I actually got to meet Eddie Murphy by yelling, "I love you, Eddie," and he yelled back, "I love you too." So very fun things. So anyway, I think it's so important that we get back to those. And then lastly, I'll make a couple of comments really quickly about the committee. So I appreciate I was on the committee for high school planning. I appreciate the efforts made by both the school district and the committee members. I disagreed in the way that results were tabulated. I don't think there's any other way to come around to that. So I don't think that we can reasonably be expected to make a reasonable decision, number one, with some incomplete data, which was presented on a couple of the lenses, on multiple of the choices, the A through E, with data that's skewed toward a certain result. I'm not saying that happened often, but it definitely happened. And to have data that could have been tabulated without the help of the committee. So if you've got financials and you're strictly basing financials on which one is the cheapest, you don't need a committee to decide that for you. So I really was disappointed in how the committee was expected to literally make a decision right there on the spot. If we're coming in and we're volunteering our time, I would hope that you would want us to take time. You would want us to process that information, gather our own data, get some supporting information on it, and not be making making an emotional decision in 5 seconds. I mean, literally, when it was time to write down our answers, the things were pulled, and if you didn't have your comment written or make your decision ahead of time, you had to stand up and go hand it to somebody after the fact. So I just wish that would have been handled differently. I think a lot of us expected to come on the committee and actually be giving some data, do some research, and not just be spoon-fed the information that was given to us. So not saying that I dispute what came out, but I do think that a lot of the voting was done emotionally. I don't think it was fact-based. So at least from people that I talked to, I know there are a lot of people who feel that it was fact-based and they might have been doing it that way, but I know that there are multiple people who did not feel that way. They felt like they just had to pick whichever one they wanted. So I tried very hard not to do that. So thank you very much. I know I went over time.
Great. Ari Johnston.
Hi, my name is Ari, and I've been in Argyle for 2 years. I am in 6th grade at the Argyle Middle School. When I found out about archery in 4th grade, I was immediately interested. When I got home, I told my parents, and they said that I could go to a week-long summer camp and stuff, and during a week-long archery camp. And so I went, and I joined archery the next year. One of the things I love about archery, is that we have an amazing place for just practicing. And when I was going to practice, I had no idea what the day would bring, and I went home so excited because I had gotten a bullseye for the very first time. I could barely tell my parents because I was so excited, and I was just filled with joy and happiness. Later in the year, I just got better and better. I started getting 10s and 9s and stuff like that I never really thought I could get. And thanks to my amazing coaches and stuff, I just had an amazing time. One of the reasons that I think that we should have our designated archery building is that if we had to work in like a gym or something, it would interrupt with other classes, including basketball, volleyball, tennis, or color guard too, which I'm also in. And we would also have to like change schedules probably with both archery and the other classes, and that would disrupt many things and just it would sorry, just a second. I just think that we should still have our amazing archery building, and sometimes in gyms, honestly, I don't really like working in big spaces. I don't really know why, but it kind of stresses me out. So I just like that we have our little archery building that fits just for us, and just thank you.
Thank you. Okay, that's all of our speakers. Is there anyone who signed up already, has changed their mind, and wants to speak? All right. Well, thank you all for your time. I appreciate it. We'll move on to the consent agenda. Does anyone have any questions about the consent items? Rick, are you going to pull up donations? for the December 2022 donations, the Nelson Brothers Ready Mix, $2,800 to Hilltop Elementary Turkey Trot fundraiser shirts. Point Bank, $400 to Argyle South Elementary Veterans Day celebration. Argyle Lions Club, $334 to Argyle South Elementary for Red Ribbon Week. Argyle Lions Club, $333 for Hilltop Elementary for Red Ribbon Week. And Argyle West Elementary is a correction from November, $333 for Argyle West Elementary for Red Ribbon Week. All right, total December donations, $4,200. Anyone have any questions on consent items? I'll entertain a motion to approve the consent items as presented.
Motion to approve consent items.
Mr. Western, motion to approve. Do I have a second?
Second.
Who is that?
That was me.
It was you. Okay, got you. Mr. Deffenbaugh, second. Any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, thank you. Mr. Burrows, it is that time of year. Come on down.
Have the opposite problem of some of the other speakers. As I'd like to say, you've reached the highlight of your agenda. Talk about property taxes. It's a rather specialized field of work. I have represented the school district for a number of years now. In fact, it's my primary area of specialization. Not too many law firms in this state perform this work, but it's part of my job to make sure that the funding through the property tax system is there to do what you all are deciding how to spend it. And as the state continues to essentially attack the property tax system, it tends to be on the target every year, and because school property taxes represent 2/3 of all property taxes, generally speaking, school districts are put in the line of sight for the legislature to tinker. And usually the tinkering is not necessarily to the preference of most local control advocates. I myself have testified before the legislature several times on those issues dealing with property taxation and local control issues. I know it's on the target this year, this next session coming up as well. Argyle ISD's historically had incredibly good collections rates, as you might expect in a relatively small jurisdiction that has a very strong sense of community. Even though you have historically have been relatively slower growth, it is that's changed to a degree as part of your decision making. That's having to cope with some of those changes. You're a product, a victim, but also a champion of your own success. People want to come here, and so as property values increase, y'all's role is not comprised of a largely significant amount of business personal property as compared to many other entities. So you depend a lot on your real property taxation. And so I will say that the number of unpaid accounts is extremely low. And in fact, it reduced 20% overall from this time last year with an apples to apples comparison of all prior years and the current year delinquent roll that has turned over to us. A lot of that, I'll say, anecdotally, was the largest unpaid tax that was in litigation, under dispute and under protest for several years, paid. And so your largest unpaid taxpayer is now paid. And that made a significant difference. That alone was like 12% of your entire roll. I'll also say that a business personal property account, anecdotally, was added to the roll recently in the last 2 months. That is now your largest unpaid account of back to taxes. it was just turned over to us, so we haven't done research on it yet, but it's a significant amount of your current role. But like I say, your current role is small. The role that's turned over to us is very small. The last year of 2021 taxes have paid over 99.5% are paid. So it's a fraction of a fraction that's left. And of those, of the amount that's unpaid of all of your years, almost a third of it is now under over 65 deferrals or in some other status that actually prevents it from being in the status of collectability. We can't do anything on it. They're frozen for various reasons. So bottom line is y'all's rates have just been excellent. They continue to be excellent. We understand as a law firm that we represent you on a number of levels. We have direct interaction with these folks that we're communicating with. We recognize that they are citizens. They are parents. They are people that need the services of the district, might be going through a difficult time. So we try to have an open door policy. We are there to answer questions. We don't just tell taxpayers what the situation is. We listen, and we try to react to what's being said. We recognize that we need to be respectful. These are neighbors. These are folks that participate. And that they are going through a difficult time is something that we will help them work themselves through so long as they communicate. And so we try to let them know that we're there to communicate. So I presented a report to y'all. If you have any specific questions about the report, we try to break it out in several different ways so that you can kind of get a sense for what is comprised in your role. And there are nuances to every role. So y'all's has its differences. So I'm open to questions.
I got a question. It might not be specific to this report. You mentioned about how we are very dependent on homeowners versus business. Where do you think our percentage is on business taxes versus another, like Louisville ISD or other ISDs in the area?
Well, I probably have a better sense for like Denton ISD. Yep. Y'all's is a much lower percentage of what I see is the delinquent tax roll.
Okay, so you don't really.
I don't see the current as much, but I have noted in the past. In fact, getting ready for some testimony in the past, I compared delinquency roll to current because delinquency roll I see every day, of the accounts. But the current I generally don't look at too much, and oftentimes y'all don't get information on how it's broken out. You just get a roll. You get a $44 million levy for 2021. What does that mean? It's not broken out. It's of personal property, real property in an ordinary sense. But it was a pretty close parallel. I would say the level of business personal property taxation here is going to be significantly less than Denton ISD, significantly less. And it just puts pressure on the real property side. And every time they talk about raising the homestead exemption, which there's a lot of merit to that, well, that just shifts it. It shifts the tax burden. And so it's going to go on to someone who's not homesteaded property. Someone's got to pay the bill. Temporary fixes, which is what's being proposed to the legislature or by the legislature, and will be this year, because there's a surplus in the state's revenue. They're indicating they'll be wanting to devote part of that for property tax relief. The problem with that is that it's temporary in nature. It's temporary in nature. And once you reduce your tax rate, you can't increase it significantly without jeopardizing the ability to increase it and having that overturned in a essentially a recall election. So it's a tough dynamic, that school districts face.
Any other questions from Mr. Burrows? All right. Well, thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Absolutely, and my door is open anytime any of y'all have a question. You approach Dr. Wright or CFO Stewart, and she'll pass it on. Thank you.
Right. Thank you.
Appreciate it all.
So Albert Rutledge has his 5-year plan next.
Yep. Good evening, Mr. Rutledge.
Good evening, Merry Christmas, y'all.
Merry Christmas.
As we all know, Argyle is growing, so is the transportation department needs. This year we have 23 regular ed buses. Don't do that to me. 3 special needs buses. We need probably about 6. A lot of our life skill kids are going to the West Campus, and they reside throughout the entire district, not just in their local area where they live, so that takes more time to get those kids home. We don't put as many kids on those buses because the parents tend to get a little upset when their ride times exceed more than an hour or up to an hour. So we're dealing with those type of challenges. Next year, we're going to continue to grow. We need to add more buses in our sped fleet as well as our regular fleet. 24-25, I'm forecasting 32 buses total, bus routes. Those routes of the yellow actually get used in the secondary run, going to the 6th grade center as well as the middle school and high school. So that's just based on our 2-tier system. I'm forecasting the need for at least 7 buses to take care of all of our sped routes. Same 35 buses in the 25-26 school year. Again, those buses get used on the secondary system, and then we need the same 7 buses at the for our sped kids. And at 6th grade center, as it grows, the population will need to add more buses to it. What we plan to do is move the kids from right now it's penciled in, moving from the 6th grade center and then going directly to the middle school, transport those kids together with the 6th grade center. That way we're not having additional bus fleet added.
Albert, if the new elementary school acted more like West than Hilltop in that it'd be a neighborhood school, would that reduce the number of buses you need, or you just reallocate them? 'Cause
We
right now
reallocate them.
okay.
They definitely have to go someplace
So
else.
you'd still need those 9 buses available? I'm just trying to think before we buy new buses, based on an elementary school that might act more like West, where you have 1 route.
Right, but they'll get reallocated to the others because Argyle South has 6 to 8 routes. I don't know off the top of my head. So everything looks good on paper. We're transporting kids from the north side to Hilltop, and it makes it more of a challenge. We're trying to even the load all over the place, or you all are Dr. Wright and the others. So those buses do get reallocated.
Okay.
26, 27, looking at 37, 33, 11, and 8. And 27, 28, 38, 34, 11, and 8. And the numbers that we used for the projection of our enrollment was from the demographers report that received the latest one.
Can you scroll back that? I want to so when I look at Hilltop, you have registered riders 491, average riders 354. So a big percentage of the registered riders are riding?
Yes, sir. We about half the students in the district are registered to ride, and we transport about 1/3 of the registered riders.
But this follow-ups on Richie's question. So West, even though it's larger in terms of student population, has significantly less registered riders and significantly less average riders.
That's correct, because the neighborhood's so much more impacted there. We don't transport students within the 2 miles of that campus unless there's a hazard zone. So some of the kids that live off of Schober, and there's that other subdivision with the 1-acre lots. Because there's no sidewalk, safe passage to school, we transport those kids to school, and those are the majority of our riders.
So obviously building neighborhood elementary schools relieves transportation
yes, sir.
cost and riders significantly more than a remote school, almost like Hilltop.
Yes, sir, that's correct. Our target riders per bus is 60 kids on an elementary level and 50 on their secondary level. The smaller kids can get 3 to a seat. When you get to middle school, you can't get 3 kids to a seat. We try to send them 2 to a seat. Most of our buses have seat belts in them now. We only have one route bus without seat belts, so that makes a big difference on some of the behavior issues. Drivers are now asking for buses with seat belts. I mentioned the Argyle West with our life skills kids, and utilizing the smaller bus will allow us to use CDL trainees. It'll shorten ride times. It's a Band-Aid to a bigger situation. I think ordering the larger buses still will help us get the kids home just as safely. And you're not using a driver who's just training, you're actually using a licensed CDL driver who's completed training. Our average age of our fleet is 7.62 years old, and our white fleet's about 5.2 years old. Here's our rentals that we generally do. Rider this year was 41,600. It went up significantly from last year. Next year we're projecting, it's just guesstimates unfortunately, is 51,000, then 81,000, then 130,000. If you add that secondary high school, those numbers will really go up. We may want to consider buying a tractor and owning it, buying a used tractor and owning it. That will eliminate some of those costs. 41,000 or the 51,000, you can pay that one off in a one-year rental, and you can find half-decent tractors at that rate. Box trucks, it depends what the band needs that year. Some years they need 2 or 3 box trucks. This year they needed 1 for a short period of time, and then they were able to repack their stuff. Charter buses, depending on where we're going, those prices have gone up just like everything else we've done. Here's a forecast for general ed drivers and monitors, or just part-time. 23, 33, you can see the numbers, 37, 41, and 45. Our SPED 4, 5, 6, 8, 9. For each SPED bus, you need a monitor, so those numbers coincide. Open routes, we started this year with 6 open routes. We're down to 2. Next year, we're forecasting about 10 due to retirement and people moving on to do other things. And then we'll continue to move on to try to fill those positions. Training 3, 10, 14, 18, and 22. I've got 2 trainers that actually work as bus drivers, and then they train between bus routes. So as we continue to grow, those trainers will need to stop being part-time bus drivers and full-time trainers. Full-time trainer, I'm hoping for next year, full-time trainer, safety coordinator, a second diesel mechanic, and an admin assistant if we get our new building. 24, 25, a PM router dispatcher, shops person, technician, this person that will do the tracking of all the repairs in our software, full-time safety coordinator, 25, 26 school year, and then a third diesel mechanic in the 26, 27 school year. To help keep our drivers, keep retention of our school bus drivers, we want to give them a career path. So if a route driver could become a router, dispatcher, field trip coordinator, or trainer, and they can move up to transportation supervisor or director positions. Transportation supervisors can go to assistant director and then to a director position. TAPT, our organization for the state, offers these training classes throughout the year. Some drivers are paying for those out of their own pocket. Some larger districts pay for it and encourage this training for the district to pay for them. This is our annual purchases, renewals, and annual support for our routing and licensing of student tracking for like Zonar and the badges for the kids. That'll go up as our rider population goes up. CDL training and retesting, or testing and recertification. Those are our 6 and 8 and 20-hour classes, as well as training for the drivers. The DOT regulations are drug tests or random drug screenings, as well as the training that's mandated by the federal government now for the ELDT training mandate. Vehicle repair and maintenance, as the fleet ages and grows, the repair costs will grow as well. Again, fuel cost is just an estimate. We don't know what fuel is going to do. It's gone 2 different price ranges this school year. It went up to almost $5, now it's down to $2 and change. So we just don't know. We've kind of hedged for the higher side of the fuel cost for the upcoming year. In the bond, we plan for 3 buses this year, and 1 SPED bus and 1 Suburban. Next year, 4, a SPED bus and a Suburban. Following year, 4, SPED bus, Suburban, and so forth through the remaining years. Road to success: due to the nationwide shortage of qualified school bus drivers, recruiting, hiring, training needs to be conducted year-round. Due to the national driver shortage and equipment, we probably need to look at a 3-tier system sometime in the future. Additional parking will be needed at our next bond to accommodate the next estimated number of future buses. What we're looking at probably for parking is that heavily red area to the right of the screen is presently grass and gravel. That would be paved to park some buses there. And the outlines area in red is by the field house, and it's a retention pond. And there's a gravel area just to the north of those buses that all can be paved in. We can figure about 50 buses could fit in there. On behalf of my staff and myself, thank you. Any questions? Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Rutledge. All right, Mr. Garcia.
Good evening. How's everybody doing?
Okay, thank you.
All right, the first slide here is our yearly maintenance responsibilities. This shows all the inspection responsibilities that we have throughout the years. I've listed the items and also listed the months and years when we do those. Right now, too, that's the next one here is our current staffing. At this time, we have a total of 24 maintenance positions. We are short 2 at this time, but I'm in the process of getting those replaced. I do want to touch bases here real quick on 2 positions here that we created last year. First one is the warehouse / event staff, setup staff. As some of you guys have had the opportunity to go see the warehouse, and as y'all can see that there's a lot of items in there. It's a pretty big task to keep that place organized when things are coming and going. So having them there actually took a big load off the maintenance department. They're also responsible for the distributing of all incoming deliveries to each campus, so that also helped us. And another big thing that they do is they are the event setup staff. For any event throughout the district, they're responsible. That is their responsibility to go out and do those setups. That actually helped out a great deal because now we're not stretched thin on other departments trying to take guys from every department to try to get those events set up. So that helped a great deal. Another one I want to touch bases on is the project, what we call the project specialist. With that being created, we're able to do a lot more in-house projects now and be a little bit more productive. By having them too has also helped the district save a pretty good amount of money. Kind of what they do is they deal with more larger projects that require longer time to do, such as carpentry related work or metal fabrication stuff. I do have some examples of how they've saved the district. If you guys would like to know, I can tell you some examples after my presentation. So those 2 have definitely helped our department be a lot more productive for sure. Right here is my staff needs that I have for the upcoming 5 years. Next year, I am asking for a locksmith and a rental coordinator. At this time, I only have 1 locksmith. With all the new safety, security things that we have to keep up with, it's pretty demanding for one person to keep up with all the doors and locks that are in the district. We do have quite a bit of them. Also, a rental coordinator at this time. The rental coordinator is also my administrative assistant. At this time, the rental coordination is taking a lot of her time. She's actually having to do a lot more rental coordination things than she had in the past. And it's actually kind of taking a little bit, it's making her hard to keep up with the maintenance related things that she has to do. So splitting that department right there would definitely make our department a lot more productive. And right here, what we have is all our building responsibilities that we have at this time. And I've also put on there the upcoming buildings and schools that will be built in the future. Right here is our maintenance items needed. These are the items that we will be needing for the upcoming next 5 years. And all these do come out of our general fund. Right here's all our vehicles that we have at this time. We do have a total of 16 vehicles. 5 of them are over 20 years old, and we do have one that's 19 and another one that's 17. For the most part, we do try to maybe replace them on every 12 years if possible, and try to purchase one when we do add another school for the grounds. And last but not least here is our mower replacement and addition plan. At this time, that's all the information that we have there for all our 10 mowers. That is all the information for the norm. Commercial mower probably goes around eight years, and we do try to get it replaced at that time if needed, only if needed. That's all I have. Do y'all have any questions?
No, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank
Appreciate
you.
it.
Construction, Mr. Kerwin.
Good evening. I just have a couple of updates for you tonight. So the long-awaited acoustical panels for our auditorium next door at the high school have arrived. They're in the back of the stage area acclimating, so we hope to get those installed during the break. Over here at our parking lot expansion, we've poured 700 yards of concrete approximately to date. We've got another 700 yards scheduled. Right now, it looks like a Friday, Monday, or a Monday, Tuesday next week poured. That's just going to be weather dependent. So at that point, we'll have about 1,400 yards on the ground. That will more or less finish the complete front. And the plan is to have that striped and ready when students come back on the 3rd to have that additional area available to them. Intermediate and admin renovations. We are planning to go in there and do our make safe, killing power and water to the areas we're going to be working in and demoing, and then start demolition over this break. And that's pretty much it. I can answer any questions you have. I know a lot of the items that we would talk about are action items later on, so we'll get to a lot of those.
As far as demo goes with the intermediate, there's good safety plan set up since that will be an active campus to some degree, right?
Absolutely. We're going to access it all from the far west end, in and out. There should be almost never anybody up there in the front between where our offices were in the hallway. Nobody should really ever be up there unless they're needing to get in there to access an electrical panel, but that's why we're going to go in during the break and make sure we can kill all the power we need to while still maintaining power and water for them in the front.
Any other questions for Mr. Cohen?
Not yet.
Thank you.
Okay,
Dr.
superintendent's report. I want to talk a little bit about the upcoming legislative session. We have 2 newly elected legislators. We have Richard Hayes, who represents the House in District 57, who is House Representative in District 57, and Rhonda Tremesh, who is also in the House in District 65. So the plan is to meet with these 2 new legislators and ask them some questions so that they can see what we are needing in the upcoming legislative session. So that would be one of our first priorities in meeting with them, would be to see what their priorities are for their first legislative session, because they are both new representatives. Then the teacher workforce is a big concern to us. The Governor Abbott has asked the TEA to establish a teacher vacancy task force. We have almost 400,000 teachers in the state. In the most recent Charles Butt teacher statewide poll, 75% of the teachers said that they were considering leaving the profession, which is an almost 20% increase from just 2 years ago. So one of the top priorities for the next legislative session will be how our schools attract, retain, and train our workforce. So our question to the legislators would be, should the legislature focus on teacher salaries and benefit issues next session? Ever since the pandemic, we've had more increased mental health issues with the adults and the students. So the question is, do schools play a role in supporting the mental health of students? If so, what would a robust system of support from the state legislature look like? We have a parental Bill of Rights and school choice. There's a lot of conversation about our state's parental Bill of Rights and Responsibilities, which we've had in law since '95. Under the current law, parents can remove their child from any class or school activity that conflicts with the parent's religious, moral, or ethical beliefs. They can see all teaching materials, textbooks, teaching aids, and all school records concerning their child. They can give consent to conduct a psychological examination, tests, or treatments. They can review all tests, including any state assessment tests. Over the past year, a national discussion on vouchers has occurred. Several states have expanded existing programs, and Arizona passed a universal voucher program. As a state legislature, have your thoughts on voucher programs changed because of the ongoing discussions? We have big interest in assessment and accountability. There's been a lot of discussion about the overemphasis on tests in recent years. Our current A to F accountability system is entirely based on STAR to rate our schools at the elementary and middle school levels. Should our accountability system be so dependent on a standardized test? Are there other factors we should consider? School funding, this is extremely important to us. School funding and state budget. In '21, the legislature maintained state funding levels for schools without any increase to the base allotment. Schools did receive additional funding through 3 rounds of federal stimulus to help with learning loss and other COVID-related funding needs, which will run out in 3 years. The state will have a budget surplus of $27 billion and another $13 billion available in the rainy day fund going into the next session. Texas continues to be about $4,000 below the national average in per student spending. We would want to know what the legislative priorities are from our legislative representatives for public education next session. Success. How do you measure success at the end of the session? Communication. How can constituents help you be successful? How would you like to hear from them? Who would you like to hear from? Safety. What role should state legislators have on improving school safety? Recovering from COVID. How do we bridge the gaps for those students that suffered from lack of support during the lockdowns without burdening teachers with unreasonable standards? Some examples are House Bill 4545 and the Reading Academies. School finance. If you wanted advice on proposed legislation regarding education or school finance, who would you ask and why? What changes should be made to the current tax structure to more adequately fund public schools? So those are some of the things that we're particularly concerned about with the upcoming legislative session.
Can I add a thought to that? You talked about safety and security. Isn't the current safety allotment $9?
Yes, we're turning that in.
As an item to be looked
yes.
at? Okay.
The high school committee report, tonight you heard a little bit from the facilitator about finishing the 7 sessions and how that had gone. And I talked a little bit earlier about how that high school committee came out of the bond committee actually with their request that there be some measure of returning 377 to high school use. We do have board recognition next month in January, and the theme this year is Forward Together. Football got all the way to the 5th round of the playoffs, and they were defeated by South Oak Cliff in the state semifinal game. They had a very excellent season, their first year as a 5A Division II school. Boys basketball won silver bracket of the Georgetown tournament. Girls basketball won the championship bracket of the Georgetown tournament, and they begin district play tomorrow at Lake Dallas. Wrestling defeated Birdville last Wednesday for senior night. Girls wrestling did really well also. Girls soccer starts the first game December 30th against Northwest, and boys soccer starts their first games January 5 at the Castleberry tournament. So we're continuing forward with our activities. Last week, middle school band had a phenomenal concert that packed the auditorium. And then tonight, high school band has a concert. High school choir had their concert last week. So lots of activities going on right now in the district. That's all.
Mr. Slayton, could I request before we go to action items to go back to the maintenance?
That's fine. That's up to Mr. Garcia, too.
I have a couple of questions, if I could. Might be opening up Pandora's box, but I know you don't need to open anything.
You just weren't gonna let me get off that easy, huh?
No, I'm not gonna let you get off that easy.
Yes, ma'am, we're gonna.
Can you open that back up for?
I don't need that. It doesn't have to necessarily do with the facts and figures and things. I've looked at those. It goes back to the archery thing. Like I said, I might be opening up Pandora's box. How big is that building that the archery group is in, roughly, square footage?
Probably gonna have to get Mr. Leffler to help me on that, because you kinda dealt with that a little bit more. That was before I went in there, before I took over this department.
Part of the building is on the order of 5,000 to 6,000 feet. I think the total, we kind of separated into two halves. The total is about 11,000, 12,000 square feet.
But the
It's
part they
roughly
use is-
equal, so it's 5,000 to 6,000 square feet.
Okay, so, question, not to put anybody on the spot, but where was the decision made to utilize the archery building for maintenance?
Well, this is something that we've been talking about for a few years, trying to find an actual area of where we could make this work for the maintenance and the bus transportation at the same time. And after looking around, that was really the only option that we could come up with in the district. Land is pretty much out of the questions because of the pricing, and that building was already there, and it really wasn't being utilized to the fullest. So that's when we came up with that plan, and we brought it up to the administration, and then we started going in that process of trying to move it in that direction.
Okay.
But it wasn't just something that we just one day decided to do
Right,
it.
understood.
It
With
was
some
years
thought.
of planning.
So I guess my two questions would be, is there any way in this, I understand having to move out of where transportation is on the middle school campus so that they can do their renovations and do their center and move everybody over to, or start up a maintenance facility over on the intermediate campus. So one, is there any way to allow them to stay through the end of April and the end of their season?
Well, I believe we are, right? I think Mr. Ledford had addressed that to them already. I've already told them that. Yeah,
Right, they were
on
told, yes, they
I
were
mean,
told
several of
that.
them tonight didn't seem to understand that.
Must have been a
It's-
misunderstanding somewhere, but we are gonna
Okay.
let them there to their east until, what is it, Tommy? March? In the end of April?
End of
That's
April.
when, yes.
Talking our entire current spaces? Okay, so that's what I'm saying. We have the shooting arena, but not access to it and not the storage that we currently use. So it's not unencumbered access.
Okay.
And we
It's not
can't.
safe with the
Okay.
entrance.
We have an action item coming
Right.
regarding that.
Right,
That we
we are.
need to talk about
Right.
when we get to
Okay,
that.
that's fine. Because I was just wondering if there are any other alternatives at all.
Yeah, I think that's one of the action items that we'll be
Okay.
talking about too, but,
Okay,
okay. If I
thank
can.
you. Yeah, come on.
I'll just add a little bit to that. So, yeah, I've talked to Tommy a little bit.
Well, hold on one second, Jeff. Let's just
Well, we'll
go to the
get
action
there, I
item.
guess.
Okay,
Let's just go to the action item.
and before we
Okay.
get to that action item, I do have some clarifying statements. Let's see.
No, D, I think.
10D.
It's D. 10D is actually the action item that has to do with renovating the two existing buildings for maintenance and transportation. This actually goes back to the 2017 bond, when the money was allocated in the 2017 bond for really the transportation building. And we've been looking for ways to make this as economically feasible for the district as possible. But this vote on 10D is simply to approve the construction of this, the renovation of these two existing buildings. And I do know that Tommy Ledford has talked to Mr. Harbison and taken him around and shown him what would be available with the gym and also with the Connex building. And he's also talked to Mr. Irwin about the timeline and the construction concerns, and so have some board members. So you might as well just go to D. It's consider the approval of the money from the 2017 bond for the, it's really the separation of the maintenance and the transportation.
Before we get to that, I mean, I just want to say, I know I've emailed back and forth with Mr. Irwin and Mr. Harbison and Mr. Ledford myself, and so obviously, you know, we don't want to disrupt archery in any way, but with change, there's going to be disruptions, unfortunately. I think this is my feeling on it, that, you know, there were thoughts from archery. Mr. Harbison expressed that the communication wasn't maybe as transparent or as timely as one would have liked, and so I you know, own that as administration, saying, you know, we'll do a better job moving forward with communication in that regard. But the goal is to find a space for them to be able to continue their season as best as possible, as safely as possible. And if Mr. Harbison brought up tonight, if there is ability or there is research or utilization of gyms where wood floors aren't damaged and that's an option for utilized space, then we need to look into that, look at all avenues. So again, the goal is for AOASA in all regards to have access to utilize the district space. I wish there was more community space, you know, in addition to what the district provides. But again, that's just me speaking freely on that. But again, I don't want to make this construction project about whether we support archery or not, because that, I'm speaking for myself, can't speak for the board, but I mean, that's the truth. But again, with space and ability for us to provide, we're going to do as best as we can to provide for archery, and as little impact as possible. So, and again, that's just me speaking as myself. So if anyone else wants to say anything.
Well, I'll echo it. We've been a part of the archery program since Coach Whitmus started it, and it was a big part of my kids' life, so I understand what it's meant to a lot of the kids that spoke today and families. So, you know, I'm glad through communication, better communication, hopefully we found a way to salvage their season, and through more communication we find a solution to the problem. I mean, I understand AYSA's challenges, from baseball fields to soccer fields to basketball gyms to archery. I mean, AYSA has challenges in probably every sports that they offer, that to find facilities to serve those kids, and archery is no different. It's been a challenge for many, many years. And I think the district tries, even when I was a part of AYSA, tries to accommodate them as best they can, and I think you're going to find that they're going to do the best they can to accommodate archery going forward.
I think the district fills a huge void that you mentioned the community doesn't have the opportunity to fill, at least currently. And I appreciate you guys talking with them and finding a solution to get through the end of the season. It sounds like there's a couple additional items, entrances and things like that. So I would just ask you to take one more look and see if there's a way to, you know, accommodate. Can we accommodate a different, using the existing entrance for another through April or not? If we can't, we can't. But I would ask you to look at it one more time. And I don't want them entering through mud. I don't want them, if we can avoid all that. I would also ask you, Jeff, that is there a way, if we can't do that, can we flip the shooting direction so that they're not coming in? You can't flip it? I haven't been in there in a while. My daughter was in it too. So it's been a while since I've been in there.
Both doors are in the range.
Oh, both of them are.
All three doors would be.
Oh, that's right. Okay.
Yeah, I believe we can accommodate that. I've talked to Tommy a little bit about it. We'll have to look at it just a little bit more, but I believe we can find an easy way to accommodate using the same entrance that they've been using even throughout the duration of the project.
Awesome. Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
I mean, that answers a lot of my questions. I mean, sadly, yes, it'd probably have to find another spot. And I agree about AYSA, and I agree about, AYSA relies on the schools for their facilities. I know there are other municipalities around that have other public facilities and public parks and things like that for a lot of those sports. And it's fortunate and unfortunate. It's great that we can provide that, but there's a lot of competition for the space we do have, and that's what makes it tough. So I understand what you're saying as well on that. But, I just appreciate that at least it was worked out. You guys can finish your season, and hopefully going forward, we can accommodate them as best that would, help their program and give them what they need. So.
And, future construction, making sure that we're considering, community utilization of our space. And, if there are ways, obviously we don't ever want to diminish security of property for utilization purposes, but, I think if we all get together and we continue to talk and problem solve, communicate and be timely, that we can find the best utilization of our spaces and be able to continue to provide for AISA. And, maybe someday municipalities will have some dedicated spaces as well. So, all right.
Okay. So Dr. Rice covered a lot of it, but we can scroll to the second page if you want to see. We received 4 bids on this project. I have them listed here. So tonight we are recommending that we award this to Tegrity Contractors. You'll notice their bid proposal price is different than what I'm requesting approval for, and that's because we're asking to increase the contingency within the project by that $100,000. So that's why you see the different numbers. But after going through and evaluating, scoring the contractors, they came out with the highest points. They did this building for us, so I believe they're ready to move forward, do another project with us, and make it a successful one.
So walk through exactly what's being done, and will this fulfill the transportation and maintenance needs?
Yes, my understanding is it will fulfill both of their needs, probably through build-out, I believe, is what you decided at this point, right? At least 10 years anyway, as far as we can look. Okay. So generally speaking, over at transportation, we will take the first 2 truck bays, bus bays, enclose those to create a larger meeting space that they don't currently have. It will have a perimeter of built-in workstations if someone needs to come in and just sit down for a few minutes and get on the laptop and fill out some paperwork or whatever they may need to do. Be a new break room in the back. So what we're going to do on the far north end, we have 2 bays that they just never put the doors in. That's where maintenance has a lot of their tools and things that will be moving out. So we'll open that up, add the overhead doors there, and just basically sliding their bus bays down. Within the office space, it's going to basically be completely remodeled. We're going to give them 2 group restrooms with 4 or 6 toilets in each. I don't remember. They currently have 3 for everybody. And I'm sorry, I don't know how many staff you have, but it's a lot. 30. They have 3 bathrooms. So we're going to give them more bathroom space that they need, give them more offices. So, because Albert, I know at some point in time he's had as many as 3 people in the front office sharing the office. So we're going to remedy that problem. That's the scope at transportation. Over at maintenance, much the same thing, other than we're going to gut that building because there's not much salvageable within it anymore as far as walls and doors and things. So we'll be building that out with all of their offices, meeting space, break room, restrooms. And then on the archery end of things, that will be mostly an open space, and that's where they'll have a lot of their welding equipment, saws, other tools. A lot of what they do with their project specialists, they'll be doing a lot of their work down on that end of the building.
Are we within budget?
Yes. We were looking at a $3 million budget. So we came in a little bit under, and that's why, since it is a renovation, we're recommending we go put a little bit more in that contingency for the unknowns that you inevitably find when you get into those type of projects.
Just to help me frame the decision process, so by using a currently available business or building, we're spending who knows how much we're spending on that specific building. But what would a new building of 8,000 square feet cost to build?
I haven't looked at those numbers in a while, but I would think we're looking at easily $5 million for a ground-up new building, because you're going to have all your utilities, all your parking, all your foundation, all your exterior walls, your roof. We've got most of all that in place. We'll, eventually have to do a little more paving for them, but for now, we can make it work.
So from the district's perspective, it's a good use of money, but it does.
Absolutely.
Yeah, okay. But it does impact archery.
It meets the need within the 2017 bond.
Yeah.
Was this, you probably said this was CSP?
This was done as a CSP, yes. So we took bids and qualifications that we then reviewed and ranked.
Jeff, you're asking for $100,000 over the quote. I understand unforeseen means you don't know, but are you anticipating? I mean, they bid this thing out for you, but somehow you're worried you may need another $100,000 to get it done. Can you speak to that at all?
Not necessarily in specific terms, but since it is a renovation, we are going to open up walls. We're going to be, opening the exterior walls to add doors or replace doors, and you just never know what is in there.
Is a representative from Integrity here tonight?
I do have representatives from Integrity here.
Would that not have been in the bid?
Yeah, most bids have a contingency in it.
Well, I can't speak to that. From a practical standpoint, a CSP is essentially a hard bid. So a contractor is going to bid what our architect puts on paper. If they start assuming those other things, now they've submitted a higher bid than the guy down the street that they're competing against. So they may have some, and that would be part of their internal, business practice, but it certainly is not going to be significant because they're competing.
So you're saying these 4 bids didn't include a line item for a contingency of 10%?
I had some contingency in there that I told them include this contingency. I had 200,000 in there.
So every one of these
This
bids,
is adding 100,000 to it to make sure that we don't encounter anything that we cannot do within the project.
so there's a $200,000 contingency built into every one of these.
$200,000 included right now, yes.
And you would add that 100,000 no matter who we chose.
Correct.
Okay.
I just think that's a little bit of, we've done this a couple of times. I understand, we don't want to slow down stuff, but to me, the whole reason you get a bid is so you kind of frame out a price and and you hold them accountable to it. Even Integrity knows they got $100,000. Hey, sorry, it's a little bit more work, but I'd almost rather have to come back and defend why it's more. And $100,000 is a small percentage of the whole project, but it's $100,000, and it seems like these contingencies are becoming more common in these requests. So I don't know how the rest of the board feels. But.
Well, I think this board's shown willingness to come up here just about any night of the week for if we need to do something special in that regard. So I don't know that we would slow the process down if something came up in that regard. So I don't know. My thought.
Don't we have to do it anyway? Right? If you're going to spend the money, he has to still come to us to get approval.
No.
Not for the contingency money that's in the
Not
project.
if we approve it this way?
Right, because that's already in the project.
Yeah,
As far as holding Integrity accountable, I can hold them accountable to what's on the documents. So if they encounter something when they open up a wall, I can't hold them accountable because they had no way to know it was not in our documents. That's kind of the difference between a CM at risk project. They assume some of those risks, and that comes out of the contingency that they put in. But on this type of method, they don't.
I don't mind this.
So we have more risk for change orders or changes.
What was that, Richie?
So I don't mind this as a safeguard, because he's not over-exaggerating this contingency, and it's,
but there's
but there's already a contract in place. This is for our contingency, whether it has to be a change order.
But even
Well, the entire contingency is ours.
Yeah.
So they don't get to spend the $200,000 any way they see fit. That is our contingency.
And even adding the 100,000, you're about 10% of the project, which is
On a renovation project, you're typically going to run higher percentages because of it being a renovation. And in this case, it's 2 renovations, 2
Then why
buildings.
wasn't it just part of the initial deal then? Why is it separate?
Why is it,
Yeah.
I increased
If you
it.
think 10% is normal, why don't you just present 10% in the bid?
Well, at the time, we tell them what contingency to put in their number, that goes out with the bid documents. I don't know what the prices are gonna be when they come back. So I was trying to be as conservative as I could, because I wasn't wanting to come back here and get bids of, $4 million, $5 million. And then obviously you look to contingency and you can cut that first. But since it came in under, I wanted to request more while still being under the budget, just for that additional comfort level.
When these go out, do you need to give them a fixed dollar amount contingency?
I do.
Or can you just say, make sure there's 10% contingency on your?
I could, but then that 10% is gonna be dependent on everybody's numbers. So what we do is we give them the amount. So that's in the project manual.
And that was 200,000 for this project?
That was 200,000 for this project. I would have liked to have done more, but because I didn't want to create a situation where I felt I was gonna get a higher price over the budget, I didn't go that high.
So who decides who uses the contingency?
We do.
That's necessary.
We do, the district.
The board.
So we have final say whether any of that
Well, we
300,000 is spent.
We don't. We
Not
The-
if you
the
approve it.
administration
essentially give
does.
authorization for Jeff
Correct.
to.
Right, no,
Which-
we don't.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not me. Dr. Wright approves everything. I don't approve anything without her approving it first.
But he's the hands-on person during this construction project. Yeah.
That's true.
So when I get something, I review it. If I think we need it and it is a contingency
But if
item,
you
I will take
approve
it to
this
Dr. Wright. We'll
100,000,
discuss it,
then
and
yes,
she'll
he
approve
can-
it or not.
Yes, then it can be spent without your authorization. If you don't approve it, then you can come back, like Mr. Slayton was saying, and you can approve it like on the spur of the moment.
Liz, you have any thoughts?
As far as to add the extra 100,000 in there?
Yep.
When we go back through the construction that we've done over the past several years, there are always items in there that come in. Most of the time, historically, we have had a lot of construction manager at risk, which have the contingencies built in a little bit higher. We try and hold them to as much as we can. There's always items that you're gonna go yes or no to. I'm kind of in line with Jeff's thoughts as far as a renovation brings up a lot more unknowns than what a ground up building would. But we can go either way. If we want, if you would rather approve it at the $2,797,000 original amount, with the 200,000 in there, then if anything goes over, we'll come back and ask for a meeting. We would just ask for, like you had said earlier, flexibility on timing and scheduling. And if you're, want to put that extra 100 in there, then we'll go from that. But as far as a renovation compared to a ground up, we do have a lot of unknowns. Again, we can go either way with coming back for a special board meeting if needed.
Can I ask one more thing? Mr. Combs, can you come up here, please, sir? Mr. Combs is the head of the Bond Oversight Committee. He's also in commercial construction. I just want to ask if you believe that 10% is a reasonable number on a remodel project for contingency.
Absolutely. Yeah, my opinion is you do want to include contingency in this project. 10% is a good number. It looks like this is a little below that. But if it were me, I would want to do that. In today's world of construction, time is money, and you will lose time if you don't include contingency in the project.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Let's make a motion.
Any other questions?
Time's a big thing right now.
Can I just ask one thing? Was talking with the attorney this afternoon, and we'd like to have you make an amendment, if you make this motion, to change that a little bit, and just some of the details we're working through to make sure it's precise and exactly what we're doing. Because at this point, I have not asked her to prepare this contract. So the wording is a little bit different. I can give you a copy, or I can just read this to you, but it just clarifies the fact that we will now go write that contract and negotiate those terms and get the project started. So this is approving the dollars in Dr. Wright to go forward and, do the negotiations, which there shouldn't be really any since we've contracted before. So what I'd like to do is to amend it at the end and basically just add, and to authorize and direct the superintendent to negotiate the contract and execute such documents as are necessary to finalize the contract. So that was some language that the attorney and I worked out.
Bring me the copy, because I
You
could
bet.
write that quick.
I figured that would be easier.
And if you're adding 100,000 to that figure, that's gonna be 997.
He's already added it to that figure. Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm talking about on here.
Yeah, didn't he already do that?
See, it says,
Oh, 997
it's
instead of
supposed to be
77.
997
It's on the,
on here.
it's
Yeah.
on the page before.
What's the motion?
All right, hold on one second, Mr. Western, I got you, okay?
I'm ready.
All right. All right, I'm gonna entertain a motion to approve action item 10D with the total being $2,997,777 from 2017 bond funds, with the amendment added, and authorize and direct the superintendent to negotiate the contract and execute such documents as necessary to finalize the contract.
I make a motion to approve.
You wanna read the copy, or you just?
I'm good with how you stated it.
All right, Mr. Western, motion to approve. Do I have a second?
Second.
Mr. Deffenbaugh, second. Any further discussion or questions? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, thank you, Jeff.
Thanks.
You ready to go back to 10A?
All right, 10A.
Where's Mr. C?
He's in the very back, he's coming.
Oh, thank you.
What's this for? Oh, jeez. I already read this 192 pages.
Is this the audit?
So this is our annual audit report. This one is for fiscal year 21-22. Mr. C from our audit firm is here to deliver the report. You had a copy of the report in your agenda. I just gave you a hard copy there on your place. You also had the board letter at each chair when you arrived today too. So I'll turn it over to Mr. C.
Thank you all for letting me come here and present tonight. I don't think I've cleared out a room that fast before, but usually there's not a whole lot of folks left here when I get up here. For those of y'all that heard me before, you kind of know my spiel. For anybody new, I do go through this pretty quick, and I'm guessing you're going to be real appreciative of that tonight, especially. So I've got two things that I'm going to go over with you. One is a letter to the board. It's something that you just were given tonight. And since the auditors work for the board, but really we work with administration because they're the ones with the books and the records that we need to look through to perform our audit work. There's a little bit of a disconnect with the board to how everything's going, if the audit's going okay, if there are any disagreements or anything like that. So we're required to communicate with y'all if there are any disagreements or any problems that we did have during the audit. And so this is just a standard letter that basically says everything went all right. Everything we asked for, we were given. The records, they were able to be able to pull everything that we needed. We didn't have any difficulties in the audit, and there was no disagreement with management on any accounting principles or things like that. Any questions on that? It's pretty basic. All right, and then we'll go through the audit. Again, we'll go fairly fast. I don't know that I've ever worked on these before, but we'll do it. So the page 5 is the independent auditor's report. And for those of y'all that paid real close attention in the past years, this is a new report. They changed up the wording, the style. So now the opinion's at the very first of the report instead of towards the bottom. But again, it still has a lot of the same verbiage where we opine that the financial statements do present fairly in all material respects the financial position of Argyle Independent School District. It goes on, it's a little longer than the other reports, but still there's no paragraph in here where we would have brought up any issues that we would have had because everything went fine. The next is page 7, is management's discussion and analysis. This is just kind of a narrative form of the financial information, gives you some highlights of what went on during the year. And then it also has some comparative information in that too, if you look, if you want to look and see what you were last year versus this year. I'll go to page 15. We start the basic financial statements. So these are the government-wide financial statements. These encompass assets such as land, buildings. It also includes your debt, which your fund financial statements do not include. And then as of the last several years, it also includes the district's percentage of the state's unfunded TRS pension and OPEB liability, which OPEB is other post-employment benefits, mainly health care. So the state is underfunded the pension and its health care for the teacher retirement. And so they calculate that, and then they calculate the district's quote percentage of that, and you're required to put it on your financial statements, even though technically this is a state liability, not a district liability. So if you look down towards the bottom of that page, you'll see your total net position is a negative $8.4 million. But I backed out, if we backed out the pension and the OPEB information, that'd be a positive $7.4 million. So when you look at that negative number, just realize that a big chunk of that is something that's really beyond the control of.
So that's comforting, because I didn't know. So
Oh, we know you're Richie.
is that going to be similar to other districts?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
And it really, it goes from, you know, if there's a good stock year, then their pension is better funded, and so you may have a little less, but then if this year was bad, so I'm guessing next year is gonna look a little rough. So a lot of it depends on that. Again, it's just out of the hands of the district.
So it's pretty much on paper, but it just reflects their piece of it, but they attribute it or allocate it to every district.
Right.
Okay.
And then on the next page is the statement of activities. It's similar to a profit and loss. However, with the government financial statements, they put the expenses on the top instead of the bottom, and they put the revenues on the bottom. And these expenses do include your the current year expense for those pension and OPEB underfunding amounts. And excuse me, there you had a net change in position of negative 9.11 or 911,000, but last year you had a positive 3. Again, so a lot of that fluctuation just depends on what the pension and the OPEB liabilities come out to be. On page 18 is the governmental fund financial statements. This is what you're used to seeing. It does not include your fixed assets such as your buildings. It doesn't include your debt. But it's more of a kind of a hybrid cash accrual basis. And you've got your general fund, your debt service fund, your capital projects fund, and then other funds, and then a total. The other funds are detailed in the back of the audit report, and all your different special revenue funds such as food service, IDB, will be listed there. I'm going to skip this Exhibit C2, but on page 22, that's your statement of revenues, expenditures, and changes in fund balance. On your general fund, I'll just point out you had a net change. You had a net increase of $367,000. So again, you had a negative on the government-wide, but you did have a positive on the governmental fund financial statements. And then it also lists out your debt service, your capital projects, and your other funds, which are, again, are the special revenue funds. Then you've got a budget to actual on Schedule C5, and then on page 29, you get to the notes to the financial statements. And the notes to the financial statements display a lot of the different accounting policies that are used in your financial statements. They've also got, let's see how far back we go. On page 39, you've got a list of your capital assets, your additions, retirements. On the next page, or the next one over that, page 41, that shows your debt by issuance, and then towards the bottom, it's got the principal and interest payments each year for the next 5 years, and then 5-year increments after that. And then there's a lot of notes on this OPEB and pension information, and I mean a lot of notes on that, and that's what the next several pages are. Then they didn't feel like they noted it enough, so they've got some required supplementary information starting on page 58 that again details information on your pension and your OPEB liabilities. All right, so on page 68, that starts your combining schedules for all of your other funds. You've got your Title I, IDEA B, national, the food service programs, and then some of your ESSER and other items there. Then page 72 is the revenues and expenses for those programs. I'll get into a little bit about the revenues of that later on in the audit. On page 76, I'm sure Mark would have liked to have stuck around and seen this. This has got your delinquent tax schedules for the last 10 years. You can see last year, the outstanding receivable was $851,000. This year, it's $787,000. In 21, you had a 99.1% collection rate, and in 22, you had a 99.4% collection rate. So you do have a very good collection rate on that. The next 2 pages are more budget to actual expense, budgets for child nutrition and the debt service fund. And then page, again, I'm going fast, and as soon as I finish, I'll ask if there's any questions. On page 83, this year we've got 2 more reports. So this is going to be new for y'all this year. Y'all are required to have a single audit. That happens after your federal programs, after you receive over $750,000 in federal funds. So this first report is one you've seen each year because the state requires that you get an audit and government auditing standards. So we have to look at your internal controls and make sure they're sufficient to provide correct financials. And that's what that report says. We didn't find anything that would say that you did not have great controls. Pardon me. It's the next report on page 85 that's new. And so we have to pick out what are called major programs based on their size and their risk. And then we have to look at the compliance, because when the federal government gives you money, most of the time they've got some strings attached to it on how you can spend that. So for this report, we've had to pick out several programs and then do compliance work to make sure that y'all are spending the money in accordance with that grant. And on page 87, you can see that was the major programs, or the school, or the food service program, and also your ESSER 3, basically some of the COVID funds from the federal government. And there were no findings on any of the programs that we looked at. Page 90 is also going to be new because of that. So this is your schedule of expenditures of federal awards. And you can see each program or each grant and how much money was assigned to that. And down at the bottom, you can see the total is $2.9 million. Last year, your federal grants were $590,890. A big part of that was due to the food service program, where everybody got to eat for free last year. And so that increased your participation in the cafeteria. And also, they gave you a little bit more money for reimbursements on that. Also, there's still some good COVID money that came through last year, and then when you all backed out of the special ed co-op, the dollars used to go straight to them, and now they're going to y'all as part of the IDEA formula. So next year is going to be close, I think. You may be requiring a single audit next year as well, but maybe not, because the food service part's going to go way down and the COVID funds are going to go away. And then the next page is just notes on that schedule. Again, I went through pretty quick, tried to hit the highlights, some of the stuff that was new this year. If anybody has any questions, I'd be glad to take those.
You do this for other districts?
Yes.
Okay, well, this is like a foreign language to me. Do you, I mean, everything you went through, you just said no unusual findings, everything looked.
Right, right. Well, our standard audit report is almost pass-fail. So we can say that they're presented fairly, or we can say they're not, and then go into depth about that. And then the same thing on the back two, though, we take a harder look at internal control, procedures that y'all have in the accounting department to make sure everything is recorded correctly. And then in the compliance section, you know, we've had schools, districts before that have, you know, had spent money where they shouldn't have or didn't have the proper documentation for that. So we have to report that in that section, but y'all didn't have any issues with that.
Great, good to know. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
So can I ask one question about that compliance? There's those that would say that some of the dollars you take federally have other things tied to them.
Mm-hmm.
Not just the requirements of what you have to spend them on, but you're only looking at the requirements of what the approved expenditures are, not any other items tied to it that the district would have to do or participate in.
Right, we make sure whatever the grant says, here's the money, here's what you can spend it on, that's what we're basing our test on. And I'll be honest on, I said a lot of times they come with a lot of strings, but with the COVID money, and then last year with the food service money, when everybody got to eat for free, it was probably the fewer strings attached that we've seen in a long time. On the COVID funds, they basically said, there's a broad way to spend, that you're able to spend that on. So it was a little less encumbersome than in some of the other respects. But that's what we looked at.
Thanks.
Okay. Any other questions for Mr. C? I entertain a motion to approve action item 10A as presented. Mr. Hawksworth, motion to approve. Do I have a second?
Second.
Dr. Bitter got it quietly over here. Dr. Bitter, second. Any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, thank you.
All right, thank you. I would just like to say, I think I say every year, congratulate Liz and her team and their department. This is one of the audits we don't mind coming to because we know we're going to get what we need and it's going to be in good shape. So just let you all know that we think very highly of your team that you have.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Ditto.
Thank you.
Mr. Harbison, I'm gonna kind of bend rules a little bit. I know you wanted to say something. I'm gonna pretend we're going back to a public forum.
I understand the matter is settled, just for a data point in there that it caught my eye, or caught my ear. We have a archery dad that built new construction in a commercial space similar to a building that what we would need. And this is just for your future considerations, and but he was under $100 a square foot for 6,000 feet. We're talking $600,000. May bleed over, being school property, permits, utilities, a couple things like that. Let's see, less than the $5 million, and you know, not to be settled tonight, but that was the point I was going to try to clarify in that discussion.
I just want to make sure we got you time so you got heard. So I would just encourage you to keep working with Mr. Cohen and Mr. Ledford. And again, we want to support archery any way we can. So, but we, you know, obviously, like I said, I know change is difficult, and I appreciate the understanding you've given, and but we're going to try to make it as smooth a transition as possible. So.
Can I ask one question? Coach Whitman, archery used to be a part of the school district. I mean, it was actually.
It still is.
And it still is. And
That's the only way we can
when did it transition
It's
to
part of AYSA.
AYSA, though?
Yeah.
I mean,
This is the fourth year under AYSA.
This is the fourth year under AYSA.
It's still considered National Archery in Schools program. Otherwise, we wouldn't be able to do it. Because we still teach it in the schools. I go out and take other people with me. We teach 10 hours worth at all the elementary schools. The outdoor ed program in the middle school and the high school is what connects us with the National Archery in Schools program.
What was the reason transitioning from the school to AYSA 4 years ago?
Management of the program, we had, I think we were bumping heads, and Mr. Gibson was in the middle of that as well with one of his counselors as a sponsor to the program, and it was just a solution that AYSA already had a support structure, and it was an easy handoff to get us in that direction, and then we established a board with several members and everything, and then we just worked issues out that way. I think we just had personalities going in different directions, and that was
All right, thank you.
I've heard all the support tonight, very much appreciative of everything, so thank you.
But you brought up a point. All of our construction costs are extremely exaggerated. I have the same reactions every time I hear something. It's just,
Doesn't matter how much he hears and sees.
Well, I appreciate your concern over just another $100,000, but it's another $100,000.
Yep. Yep.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Are you ready for 10B?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, on 10B, I'm asking for the addition of 3 positions for the 23-24 school year. We're going to be opening the 6th grade center back up. It was the 5th grade center last year, and the that was called the intermediate school. But we do need a principal there, and if we can go ahead and post that now, it gives us better opportunity to take time for the interviews and make a good selection. Also, we're well above 800. We're at about 850 at South on the enrollment. 844. It's the biggest campus right now. So it meets the criteria that we've set out for another assistant principal and a counselor for next year. So that's my recommendation to you, is to go ahead and post those 3 positions, the principal and then the AP and counselor.
Is he good with it?
is it part of our budget, or
Well,
will be?
It will be out of the
23-24
M&O.
Just the same protocol we've always followed, right?
Mhm.
And I'll entertain a motion to approve action item 10B as presented.
So moved.
Dr. McDade, motion to approve. Do I have a second?
Second.
Mr. Matt Slayton, second. Any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right.
See,
Just when we get a shell.
was that
I said just when we get a shell.
just get a shell? Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, we got the shell. It's here, right?
So this item has to do with the acoustical shell for the stage here at the high school, something that we had in our 2022 bond package. So I have gone out and gotten a buy-board quote from Wenger, who is the one that did the rigging over there, and it was designed intentionally with the ability to add this acoustical shell. So they came back with a buy-board price of just under $279,000 for the shell only installed. So on top of that, we will have electrical expense and some wiring for lighting controls. And then we've got to work on the floor to try to smooth the transition from concrete, which is where they'll store it off stage, left or right. And then we have to smooth that transition as they roll it out onto the wood, because these shells are going to be about 20 feet tall. So they're rolling this big 20-foot tall structure, and we want that to be as smooth as possible to, minimize the swaying. So what I'm asking for in this is to approve the full amount that was in the bond package, which was $350,000, because we do need to get the shell ordered. The price is good until January sometime. Although if we order it now, it's likely not to show up until August or even later next year. But I can't exactly go out and determine what the scope is for electrical and controls now. So I was just trying to package this, so not having to come back to request additional funds. We can do that if you prefer. So that's why I've asked for the full amount, and then that would allow us to be able to get the electrical and the controls done and the floor.
And 350 was in the bond, or was it 300?
It was 350, I believe.
Okay. Right.
I could have made the mistake,
No.
but I believe it was 350.
Awesome. Anyone have any questions about the shell? All right, I will entertain a motion to approve action item 10C as presented. Mr. Matt Slayton, motion to approve. Do you have a second?
Second.
Mr. Hawksworth, second. Any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right. All right.
Okay.
10E.
So 10E is requesting approval for a CSP method of procurement. This would be for our some of our safety and security updates, which was in the 2022 bond. So this would involve going back, and this is replacing our old cameras with the new Verkada standard, and same thing on the card readers, replacing that system with the new Verkada controllers and card readers, like we have at the high school, admin, and south at this time. So we did go out and start working on documents already, because you've already approved Corrigan as the architect on that. So we're getting ready to release that project on Friday. But we would like to do it as a CSP method, so we can evaluate not only their price, but the qualifications of the companies that submit. There is no cost impact at this time. It's just state law that if we're doing anything other than the low bid, low competitive bid, that we have to make sure that we get that approved.
I'll entertain a motion to approve action item 10E as presented.
So moved.
Mr. Deffenbaugh, motion to approve. Do I have a second?
Second.
Mr. Westrom, second. Any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you.
I believe it is 10F. So 10F, very similar, requesting contracting method for some of our 22 bond projects. In this case, we are asking for approval of a CM at risk method of procurement, and this would apply to our new stadium here at Canyon Falls, the indoor activity center, and middle school number 1. The reasons I would give you, I tried to give you a lot of information in the packet, but a lot of it goes back to the same reasons that we discussed with elementary school 4. Our market has not changed significantly since then, so we're still needing to engage that CM at risk as early as we can to help us through the design process, help us control those costs as we design, potential early release packages like we've done on the elementary, those type of things. So I tried to give you a lot of that information in here.
Really, the rationale behind the elementary 4 was we'd put ourselves in a bad spot and we needed it done quickly. And you suggested that this would be done, this is the best way to get this thing moving sooner than later.
Mm-hmm.
It makes no sense to me to not do the same method that we're using before with the sealed bid, not the sealed bid, but the competitive, what was it called? Sealed
Competitive
proposal?
seal proposal.
Competitive seal
Because-
proposal.
So
Why would you not do that?
Well, with the elementary, we did talk about the early release packages because we have the long lead items. We still have that situation today with many of the same items, and it changes daily. It is a way to get it done quicker, which is something in these times we're needing to do, because right now we're looking at inflation rates of 1%, at some websites and other experts you look at, I've seen them as high as 2%. So we're trying to beat that inflation game. If I do a CSP.
But you're coming back in I guess 2 or 3 requests, we're already raising that budget $9 million that we've gone through at risk. So what's the benefit to us?
Well, let me speak to this one first,
Okay.
if I could, and we'll definitely get to that one. And again, I tried to give you a lot of information because I knew that one was definitely going to be a conversation. So with the CM at risk, the CM is in this industry every day. He's got all his trade partners. We can turn around these estimates, in a near real time. The CSP method, I've got to fully design the project with the architect before I release it. So on a middle school, for example, we're looking at approximately 8 months worth of design time. So that's 8 months worth of inflation that we're going to pay, because as we go through, we don't necessarily know, are we designing it the most cost-effective way we can? That's why we want the CM on board, because he's more in tune with that every day.
Isn't that the architect's job?
Why are
to
we
design
paying
it?
an architect then?
Aren't we paying them significant amounts of money to design it the most effective way possible?
We are, but they are not the ones that are in touch with the prices every day. They're not dealing with subcontractors in the market, the electrical, mechanical, plumbing, drywall contractors. That's your CM. So he's going to have better current pricing than an architect will. An architect, some may have them in-house, but typically they're going to hire out to a third-party estimating service if we request an estimate, and that could run several $1,000s. Those guys are not working with subcontractors on a daily basis. They're a professional estimator. He may spend a month trying to go through there and turn that estimate around. That's another month of inflation. So the process is not speedy, and that's what we're looking for, is speed right now.
Do we have a bond oversight committee that involves construction people, architects, et cetera, that they could not look at this design and see where we can become more efficient?
Well, there's a lot to it, and that's not their charge. I mean, they're there to provide oversight, but not necessarily to get into the details of the plans. But that is why I'd like to hire the CM, so that he can do that for us as part of his fee.
So when we moved away from CM to CSP, it was because we felt like we weren't getting a good deal.
Mm-hmm.
It felt like we were consistently being overcharged, right? Cost per square foot were through the roof. We had people in the bond oversight committee at that time saying, I could build a hospital for what you're building these schools for. And we had no leverage, right? That's the whole reason we went to CSP. So I get that we were in a situation, and the equipment we talked about, right, on elementary number 4, we felt like CMAR would help us get that equipment ordered faster. But how long is it going to take us to build these? The lead time for equipment and the finish time for needing that equipment should be, you're talking months, right? You're talking a year.
Well, the middle school, to use that as an example, is going to be an 18-month, 20-month project. And elementary school today is 12 to 14. Some of the lead time on the equipment is 70 to 80 weeks is what I've heard. So, getting into that time frame of the whole span of the project, say on an elementary school.
Why did you lump them all together?
I just lumped them all together since they were all 22 bond projects requesting the same method.
But you could conceivably,
I could have separated them out.
Do the middle school as a CM in a
CSP.
Well, but the indoor in the stadium is a CSP. You could, you don't.
Okay.
If you're sitting there going, hey, the middle school is more of a time sensitive thing. We got to get going. We got land. We got to get it designed. I could see.
What are the major back order? It's mechanical, right?
Mechanical equipment, electrical equipment are the two biggest. Structural steel is another big issue. Roofing still continues to be an issue. Kitchen equipment, in particular the walk-in cooler freezers, because it involves insulation, can be a long lead item. But that's a package we can very easily design ahead of time and bid, like we did on elementary 4, and know the package of equipment we're going to buy and get it bought.
But why would we not basically bring this out for a competitive sealed proposal and then let somebody tell us, here's what the market is right now. Here's what
We can do that, but I'm fighting inflation. So if we
So
do
are they,
that.
but they're going to basically tell us, here's what we do it for.
Correct, but I have months of design time before I can get to the point where we get the price.
So you're telling
So
me
that's
we're gonna
inflation will incur.
But you're telling me with this strategy, is we actually hire a construction manager before we even have the design, and he's
Correct.
gonna tell us, here's what I would commit to as far as giving it. And no downside or no upside for him if he comes up under the price that we committed to. So what keeps them from exaggerating that threshold price?
Well, they're not out there to exaggerate. They're just not. That doesn't help them. That doesn't help them get repeat business. That's what most of them are looking for, is they don't want to do one job and then go find one more job somewhere else to do. But really, it's just their ability to look at what we're designing. We could give them a 30% set of plans and say, run some numbers, tell us what this is costing. If it's going the wrong way, we step back, we discuss it, we look at what can we do? Can we change the mechanical? Can we change the walls from CMU to drywall? And he helps us through that process so that we don't just design something that we think is going to work, and that maybe a professional estimator at some point said, yeah, this is working, it's going to fit your budget, and then we find out at the end that it's not, and then we go back to start that process at the end. You're definitely not going to get full value at the end if we've bid it, and then we start asking, well, let's delete this, let's change this to that. They will not be giving us back 100% of the credit on those items in that process.
Honestly, I am flabbergasted that we're paying architects millions and millions of dollars for their design, and you're saying we need a construction arm as part of that before they design it, versus the architects, don't they have some knowledge, and can't they build the most efficient platform?
I mean, heck, the architects helped us design the bond numbers.
They have some,
Okay,
but again, they're not the expert
I've asked you this before.
day to day.
We've asked you this before, but can you explain it to me again? Because this is what I have the hardest time with. Why can't we take the plans from the middle school that we just built a couple years ago and only spend money to adapt that set of architectural plans to this new piece of property? To me, that saves, what is the answer to that?
That could save money, but I don't believe that design is going to be best adapted to this new site. And then we're also talking the 1,400 student capacity.
I mean, are you saying 'cause it's not going to be perfect to this piece of land? I mean, if you're talking about time and money and perfection, it seems like we're sacrificing a lot of everything else except for perfection.
It's because of our site constraints. We're talking about putting an elementary school on there as well. We've got to have the drives and parking for everybody.
That's what I
traffic
said.
flow.
So you have to.
It's hard to fit that design with an elementary on that site.
You know that because you've already looked at it and studied that, or you're just saying that?
No, we have looked at it.
Because to me, that's a lot of money that we have spent, and whatever we build, it's going to be pretty close to that. I mean, it's a middle school. A similar size and scope and need. It's going to be pretty similar. It's just.
I believe this one was 1,250 students. The new one is supposed to be 1,400, so already it's bigger.
Yeah.
No,
And that design is not.
We're cutting it to 12 now.
Well, okay.
Well, I think
But that
if you-
design is certainly not a compact, design with the
cut
two
two
wings
I think if
like
you
we have now.
talk
Keith, do you
to-
want to say anything to?
No, he doesn't.
Yeah, I'm saying, do you want to say anything to the design of this middle school, and would it fit on another
Of course it would.
campus that's going to have an elementary school on
But
it?
it's the design, because I've heard even
Phase
from
one
the high
that
school.
that was
Yeah.
open in 2016 is what they're talking about.
That's not really good.
Can we get a bid on those
I
plans?
would ask Mr.
It
Gibson.
wasn't really,
What it cost today, $8?
it wasn't meant to be a middle school in its final state. It was
We
phase
had to add
one.
on to
Here-
it.
but here's
It
my-
was phase one of a
In its
high
initial
school.
state, it was designed to be a
We
middle
have the
school.
plans.
Yeah.
Can we
don't
just
own the plans.
ask what it would cost
You
to
don't own
build
the
that
plans.
You don't
today?
own the plans.
You don't own the plans.
Like, I know
Well-
today's more expensive, but we have the plans. Just say, hey, we're gonna build something
But we
like
have the
this.
same
don't own the
architect.
plans.
The
What's it
architect
cost
is
today's
right there.
dollars?
The thing is,
I know
I
we
would
have, but
also
but when
get
did it
some
pass?
input from Mr. Gibson and about the design, the actual design of that building and how well it's worked or not worked.
This building here?
Yeah.
As a phase, when it was phase one.
As a middle
as
school.
You were
As a
in it
middle
5
school.
years.
Right. Well, it was designed to be expanded
Yeah,
onto
yeah.
Right.
a high school.
Right.
So,
That would not be what I
one
would.
long corridor.
But how do you feel about the actual design itself? I don't mean to put you on the spot, but safety and security, things like that.
Yeah, it's safe and secure, the entrances and exits and all.
Jeff, do you,
That's not how we design a middle school.
Well, that's what I'm asking, yeah.
Jeff, could you estimate what the difference in costs of
Yeah, that's a
doing
good
this
question.
CMAR versus CSP?
I really don't have any way to do that. I mean, it's the inflation. I mean, it's the magic number. What is the right number to put on it?
So, I mean.
And I
so we
don't
could-
know.
By doing CSP, we could offset the inflation, right?
Yeah, with a bid. Competitive.
Right
actually
now,
more
the
low.
inflation It's going crazy. It's
Right.
been 12%
But if you
for
force
well
if you
over
force
the last
contractors
year.
to be competitive, right?
So I can't say that. If it continues, then I don't believe it would be the best method.
We're doing that with the
If the market changes and drops, it might be better, but that's not something I can't predict it. I really can't
Is
give you a
there
number.
another document? It says, please refer to the attached document. Can we open that other?
Sure,
Okay,
you
that's
should just
it.
be able to scroll. Like I said, I gave you a lot of information, the reasons we were considering this. A lot of it was the same as elementary, so that's a lot of what this is the bullet points that represent advantages of this method and the fact that I think this is the best fit in the market we have today.
See, and I thought we realized only after we tried it for the first time that the competitive proposal was the most cost-effective manner of doing this.
And
then
and
all
it
of a
could have been
sudden-
on whatever project that
That's what we
was.
kind of agreed to going forward, and then all of a sudden for this elementary 4, we decided because of the time crunch, we would allow this. The biggest issue that we're gonna have going forward for our bond is the cost. And what I hate to see is oftentimes these costs are driven by the original estimate that's provided to us by architects without even a design in place. But lo and behold, they put a design together and the end price comes up to be what they'd originally estimated just off a piece of paper. Because they're using the same assumptions on percent, inflation, et cetera. Well, by going CSP, that takes all those assumptions off the table and actually makes it market value.
Well, one of the architects may be able to speak to it better. But again, I've had conversations with them. I've worked with them for over 30 years now. They're not out there to design up to a budget because in the case of Corgan tonight, and even VLK tonight, we have a fixed fee. It is not a percentage-based fee. I've given you the comparable what percentage that is because I know we like to talk about that.
But it's based
But
on-
it is a fixed fee based on.
High-level budget that's
It's based on square foot and a certain cost per square foot,
gets
right?
it.
Well, Keith could speak to it better, so it could be okay, but I know Keith takes the time, he sits down and he gets with his consultants and with his internal people, and he determines what is the effort that's gonna take. How many hours will my people spend on it? How many hours will the consultants spend on it? That's how he comes up with his number. I'm not gonna say they all do it the same.
Under this method you're proposing, when am I gonna know how much it costs?
As soon as we can get some documents where we kind of think we've settled on design and get to, what, a 30% level, would you say, would be the first kind of high-level budget we could come up with? So we need to kind of get
What time frame though?
timing, like months?
Yeah.
How long to get to a 30%?
For a
I
middle
mean,
school.
for a middle school, for a stadium?
For middle school,
We can hear you, Keith.
How much, when would I know
Because
how
I wanna
much it costs
see-
on a CSP?
I would say for a middle school, it'd be approximately 3 months
Okay.
to get to
Okay,
30%.
and then under a
Says 3
CSP
months, and under
method,
CSP, when we're gonna get the
when I
number.
know how much it's gonna cost?
It'd be at the end of his 8-month design time.
Okay, so we're talking about 5 months difference. And maybe during that 8th-month design time, could we not have the bond oversight committee take a look and say, you know what? We could try to tweak these sort of things in this design and do some value engineering up front before it's in the,
You're hedging your bet on
Construction.
interest rates. Inflation. Not interest
5 months
rates,
is
but-
actually quite a bit of time.
Yeah. You're just gambling 5 months there, whether it's things are gonna go up and then you're gonna not have those savings or.
Well, you're gambling that what we've seen in the past was, the reason we got away from it was because we felt like we could do better and we did do better. So what you're gambling is, to his point about inflation, by starting it sooner, you're hedging 3-5 months of inflation.
Separate them out, let's see which one.
I'm not
Let's
arguing
don't
with you, I'm
bundle
just
all
telling
three
you
up.
that
We
my
built
comment is,
South
if you do
CSP,
CSP, you're gonna be
and we
more
built this
competitive
building
and offset the
Well,
inflation.
I'm just saying these three things that are lumped together, let's separate them out, see which one.
But he just told you with CSP, like.
No, that's for the middle school. How
Well,
about, how about an
But he
IAC?
just said, he said steel and roofing are lead times. So what's an IAC?
I know what the
Steel and
HVAC
roofing.
roof
try one of
lead
these
times are. What are
methods,
steel and
see what
roofing?
we've already done.
How far out steel and
We
roofing?
use
Roofing,
CSP
we're looking at nearly a
on
year.
And here, south and
And
here.
steel
both.
could be 8 to 9 months
Yes.
right now.
Well, let's stay with it.
Yeah, I just,
But you don't have that lead, you need to get all
You
these
said 9 months lead
materials.
time on
It's
steel.
the lead time on steel and roofing.
I mean,
But
what,
these aren't time sensitive. The middle school's the only one that may be time sensitive.
Oh, you're saying
I mean, I'm
that
not worried about lead time on anything
you're not
other
worried
than
about
that.
lead time at all on the stadium.
right.
Why am I worried about lead time on that?
No. I just think,
I think we were looking at the date that was presented in the bond package,
You're looking at
which is a
Concerning
accelerated
on
timeframe to try to meet that
elementary
date.
four.
The date
and
for
I think it was-
individual
Elementary
item,
4 is
or-
2020.
You
I think the
already
stadium
did
was
that.
open
You already
to be
did
open in
CMAR
24.
on
Well,
elementary four.
We're not in control of lead
And
times.
lo and
right, to
behold,
your
we got
point.
$9 million
Right, so
bucks
they
we gotta
push us
add to
back,
that.
we're not in control.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we're
Correct.
3 months after CM, whatever construction method. manager.
CMAR, construction
We're
manager.
3 months after
list.
that on the elementary school, so do we know how much it cost?
Yes, I mean, not a GMP number. We have an early package, which is a hard number that we've brought tonight.
And it
And then
came
I
in-
told them I've got to have a budget on the rest of the project because I can't get up here and ask you for $10 million and say, I don't know what the rest of it'll cost, we'll tell you later.
So we
So
know.
he took his south estimate, worked with, I believe, most of the same subs and said, give me your price for this school built today. And so that's how he came up with the difference in what we didn't actually bid with the early
And
package.
do I understand that that came back in 9 million over
It is about 9 million over.
20%
Based on
more?
their estimate, yes.
So it didn't really, I mean, it
Well-
didn't really help us.
I'm not saying that didn't help us, it doesn't look like it helped us. I have some information in that particular item on some of the schools in the area over the last 3 years and some of the square foot prices we're seeing.
I'm sitting here as
So
the
we're
newest-
dealing with a lot of inflation.
I'm sitting here as the newest member, and I have people here saying, you know, CSP has worked well, and it saved us a lot of money on the last 2 buildings we built. And then I'm sitting here today, having been involved in one CMR, and we now know it's coming in 9 million over budget. That's where I'm at.
But in all
understand.
Well,
fairness,
he's
in all
talking-
fairness, it is very different times.
It's a different market.
Yeah,
It is very different
he's-
times, so
He's
you
talking
can't.
about South and admin
Right.
being CSP. And then we knew inflation was horrific for elementary 4.
And we did our best to allow for that in the
it's gonna
22
be-
bond.
But what he's saying, Josh, is that have we done CSP on elementary 4 that could have been 11 million?
Or 5.
7.
Or 5. I don't know why.
I'm certainly willing
I don't
to
know
go
why
either
we would
way.
bundle these 3 projects all together under one CMR when we just have one example where it didn't really
I mean, you
come
can
out great.
separate them out.
This would be separate packages when they bid. I'm not awarding this to a CM right now. This is just the method, just to make sure that, so that, this doesn't mean that I'm awarding them to one CM.
So what?
That does not mean that.
But
Just
really,
change the procurement method. for
the
other
concept
things you can.
to me is, so
You change the.
you basically are assigning your architect, and then you're saying, you know what, Mr. Construction, I want you to team up with me on this. And then the architects, the design, that construction, they're all coming up with here's a max price.
Yes.
You got no accountability. You know, the 2 people who are getting paid are coming up with a max price. Whereas a SP, basically, the market's your accountability.
Well,
And-
like I said, I can't speak for them. My experience, they're not out there to
and
do
you
that.
still
That
get to
doesn't
choose,
get them
even
more
if-
work.
Even if they come in at a higher level, you get to choose the construction group that you feel are most comfortable with. You just know the costs associated with that.
Say that again?
Meaning, so if we go out to competitively sealed proposal,
Mm-hmm.
let's say you get 3 or 4 people back, and there's $1 million or $2 million difference. Well, if you like this construction company better, just tell us. You know, if it's worth the extra $2 million,
Correct.
it's,
I mean, just for what it's worth, I mean, I am here. I review these documents. I am some of that control to keep it under control. You know, I consult with other architects. I consult with other GCs on other GCs and architects' projects. So if I believe something's out of line, I'm going to consult with other people outside of the 2 people, you know, working on the project. But again, they're not here to do that because that doesn't get them more work if they become known for, well, they just inflate the prices to your budget and they're always over what it should cost.
Just to clarify.
So it's not to their advantage.
Knowing we have different methods of procurement, and you knowing this board wants schools built on time and under budget, you're recommending this procurement method to fulfill both of those?
I am recommending this procurement method as the best chance we have to fulfill both of those. And looking at the elementary school, at $39 million, $9 million over, if I didn't do that and I had got a CSP, I might be looking at a $44 million.
And you're also saying that because we're in an inflationary environment, and if we weren't, you may not be saying that?
Correct. If we weren't in, if we were back in the old days of 0.5% a month covered it, CSP all day long.
Yeah.
But then
That's your
why are
main
we building
reason
IACs in an
for
inflationary
wanting
market?
to use CMAR, because of
That's
the
a different
inflation.
beat. Because that's when we need them.
Why are we building IACs in an inflationary market?
You don't know how long it's gonna be. We might be in an inflationary market for 5 more years, and you're gonna wait 5 years for,
Yeah, you don't-
that's the answer.
What we're told by
Even-
the boss.
Kind of like what we looked at last week when we were in Crowley. They passed that bond in 2017. They just built it this year. Think how
They
much
said
that's.
they passed
Think
it
how
in
much. Oh, 2006. Yeah, they passed it in 2006.
What are we told by the demographer that we might be getting there's a slowdown in build right now because, yes, there's some inflation, but also there's building slowdown because people can't afford the interest rates, et cetera. Isn't that affecting the whole building industry? Shouldn't we expect that the building
You're talking
costs
about
should?
residential
Well,
slowdown.
that,
We're talking about
that will
residential
It's not
slowdown, right?
commercial.
Or
affect
other
the
people
public
have to
sector
borrow
last.
money.
We haven't
Not
seen it
commercial's not
yet.
slowing.
Yeah, commercials.
Yeah,
Commercial's
that,
not slowing.
We haven't
it will
seen
affect the public sector last. So we really have not seen that yet. But I'm
not
certainly
been
willing to
stating
do
my
any
case very
method.
well, but my concern with this whole process is how these estimates and these at-risk costs come to be, and I think they're greatly exaggerated. Keith, I was looking through what you'd prepared for us from Corrigan for the middle school. It's pretty much in detail as far as square foot allotments by classroom, et cetera, and goes down the list. But the starting point is the key point, and that is we assume every one of these square feet, which might have been 110,000 square feet, no matter what, if it's a classroom, if it's a gym, if it's an outdoor space, whatever else, every single one of those square feet is going to be $423 per square foot on today's price. But then we say, but if you bid it out in May, that's going to be a 10% increase on that. So that actually, in effect, is going to be $465 a square foot. And you have to have a 2% contingency. So now we're looking at $475 a square foot. For every square foot, no matter what type of build it is, for that 110,000 square feet. That's your construction cost. That's what the construction at risk would look at and see, okay, well, if I got $110 million to play with, yeah, I can get that, I can make that. But let's keep that there, so that gives me all this flex. And oh, by the way, then we actually have to pay 16% more on that construction cost for professional fees, architects, everything else. All that started by the assumption that the square foot for construction cost is $423. And then the assumption that we're going to grow 10% in the next 6 months. And it's all an assumption. It's all an assumption. And my fear is, well, all the builds right now are costing that much. Well, because they all started off the same way. We expected it to cost this much. Anyway,
Let me just say, from my experience, I spent many years in the estimating department at a major GC, Steel and Freeman, in fact. That's what I did for many years when I went to work for them. And that is not how I ever did it. I take a project and I build it from paper. I don't care what the original budget is till I get my budget that I've built from 30% set, 60%, 90%, whatever it is. The goal is we hope that we're getting there. If we're not, we change direction on something. But I have never taken, we set this bond up, we had $423 a square foot. I have never done that and worked backwards to come up with an estimate as an estimator for a GC. And it was mainly on CM at risk projects. Now, it's me. I'm not saying that everybody does it the same, but I believe that you'll find that nearly everybody's going to give you the same explanation of how they approach a project budget.
Well, I just go back to, I don't know why we'd lump all three. I don't know why you wouldn't hedge. We already have one example where it didn't work.
So split them up.
Break them out.
I just don't know why you.
You can break them out, but guys, I think there's different procurement methods for different settings. That's the truth. And the truth is, we're in a very different climate than we were 3-4 years ago. We have to understand that. Maybe it's taken us a while to understand that. And I don't mind breaking them out.
Yeah.
But I can understand why we're going to use a different procurement method in a different economic environment. And just like I trust Liz, we are leaning heavily on you, Jeff, to as you say, to be kind of the guy who makes sure that this is right. I mean, that is one of the reasons we hired you. So I do tend to. I start out exactly where Richie is, but as I'm listening and thinking, I'm going to lean on your expertise and maybe grill you like hell when it didn't work out. But right now, I see that we're in a very different climate than when I voted for this other procurement method back then, and it worked for us. So that's my 2 cents.
And I agree too. I mean, just like I said, and I echo what Dr. Bitter said. You understand what basically our charge is: on time, under budget, and you're telling us, as the expert, one who has been in this industry, has a lot of experience, this is our best chance for both of those. And like Dr. Bitter said, if it bites us and this costs us bond money, then yeah, we've got more talking to do.
And we never know for sure, because once you do it, you can't ever go back and know for sure. That's the other problem with that comment.
Which is why you separate them out.
So I think we should break the stadium out as CSP. The indoor activity has a lot of structural steel. The middle school has heavy mechanical equipment, so that leans to what he's talking about. That's what I'd separate out, remove the stadium out.
Well, maybe we asked Jeff that. If you were going to separate them out, which one would you?
If you were going to make one CSP out of these three, which would it be?
Just one?
Okay. Or two.
I wasn't imagining that question. If I were to pick one, I think I would say indoor activity center.
And why are you saying that? Because you're not as concerned about whether it's done in 24?
There's less in the indoor activity center than any other project. The stadium, no, not necessarily a lot of indoor spaces, but there's a lot to it. We're looking at aluminum grandstands, metal. Prices are going up really fast, long lead times.
You're not seeing
and then middle school, of course, all the electrical, mechanical,
you're not
structural
seeing
steel.
the lead time on the IAC as much?
No, I would. I mean, I don't want to separate any of them out and do a CSP. I'm saying this is what I recommend as our best chance. But if you want me to pick one, I would pick that one.
So if we take this timing requirement off the IAC and/or stadium, does that change your mind?
I don't think it's going to help us.
That's a self-imposed timing requirement.
I understand. I don't think it will help us right now because I really don't expect to see prices go down ever. So we're just going to face inflation, and then maybe one day it kind of goes back to that 0.5% a month. But on a future bond, we're going to be working with better information if that inflation is slowed to the typical 0.5% a month that we've seen for well over a decade prior to these times.
Remember when we built schools for $250 a square foot?
We built West for $226 a square foot.
Now, let me say this too before we make a motion to separate anything. My
And that
intent,
happened in 19.
since IAC and the stadium are in such adjacency to one another, would be that we bid the two of them out and hire a CM to do both. One CM at risk, so I'm not fighting with two contractors. I don't know, some of you may remember some of the issues we had here on this building where our contractor doing phase 2 put this band practice field in the wrong spot. We relied on certain information, not knowing they had not followed that plan, and then it caused a lot of delay issues on this project. But by having a single CM on both, then we avoid those type of issues, and since they are in such proximity to one another.
What's the CM's incentive to keep the cost as low as possible? Because once they're CM, they could care less what the actual estimate is. Well, they care that they can't go over it, you know, from their business perspective. What's their incentive to save cost?
Well, I think the biggest incentive is that they're all out there looking to get more work. They're not looking to do one job.
But
I mean, that and, my experience is all I can really offer you.
It's reputation.
It's definitely reputation. I also think we may be able to, if we did the IAC and the stadium at the same time, maybe there's some advantages on purchasing of materials and hiring of contractors. It's not a guarantee, but that's a possibility. But if I hire two separate contractors,
Workflows could be
that would not
more
happen.
efficient.
Yes, they could work over here. When they ran out of, that, maybe they could go over to the other project and continue working more fluid motion in their activity. So, I mean, I'm already thinking we're facing budget issues on everything. And so I'm trying to come up with any way we can do to minimize that.
And
So
my
that's
thought-
why
my
I believe
thoughts would
CM at
be-
risk and one CM for those two projects
and
is the
my
best
thoughts
way to
would be
achieve
on
that.
Is, let's get the designs from the architects, let's let our bond oversight committee, construction guys, architects, et cetera, look at that, see how can we make it more efficient, and then put that up for CSP. I think that is the absolute way to save money. Now, to your point, do we get into a crunch in regards to timing? And I'm not sure about that, but if we think coming in as a manager, it's not gonna save us money, it can't, because they're gonna come later and say, you know what? The inflation's more than I expected, let's raise this max cost.
Well, you've
And you're
got
gonna
that
come back to
general
us, we're gonna agree to
contractor, though. You have to keep in mind that you've got that general contractor working side by side with that architect from the very beginning on CM at
But
risk.
let me
You also
understand
have to
if-
look at the
if-
scope of the BOC as well, Richie.
Okay, but let's go, let's say we do, whatever you call it, CMR or whatever, on the stadium and the IAC, and it comes in just like the elementary school has, 20% over budget, $10 million more. What are we gonna do?
I already told you this was gonna be an issue, right?
What are we gonna do?
Pass these
Well,
bonds
it's
and
gonna
the
be an
inflation
issue
rate
anyway.
he's
But no,
talking about.
what are we gonna do?
We're not gonna be able to.
But that's
deliver
true
this
in either
project.
scenario.
But I'm saying, so CSP, why don't we just get and see if we, I mean, I'm just saying,
What
what
if
are
it's
we
over
gonna
budget?
do?
Yeah.
What are we gonna do?
What if that one's over?
What are we gonna
budget? What
do?
are we gonna do?
I mean,
You're
just
saying
can't-
You have to
you're
select
saying these
one,
projects
because it's gonna be over
across
budget anyway.
the whole area over budget. If you are working off of what the budget was, or what the projected budget was in the fall of '21, and now a year later, you're seeing this everywhere.
But I don't, but those are.
It's not unique to us.
But these are propositions that have very specific numbers tied to them, $29 million or $26 million and $19 million.
Correct.
If it's 10 million over, do we even have the money?
You can't build it as
Can you do
presented.
it?
No,
Right.
you have to amend the plans.
But
You have to cut seats.
I'm not against what you guys are saying, other than what Jeff is saying, right or wrong, is that if you're trying to hedge, that's not gonna be a true sentence, you gotta move faster. And this is how he's saying we're gonna get to a number faster.
Yeah.
That's what he's saying.
Right.
Believe him or not believe him, that's what he's saying, that you're increasing your chances that you're gonna hit your budget the quicker that you move.
But
into
we
He's
have
inflation.
one
saying the
example. Well, we already have
timing.
one example. We have one example in front of us where we missed it by 20%.
Yeah, because that's the world we're living in right now.
Right, but what he's saying. I
But
mean,
would we
don't
have
know.
missed it if it's a CSP?
Well,
I mean,
how
there's
you
a
gonna know
chance that
that?
if you
Don't know.
drag it
How
out
you
by
gonna
8
know
months,
that?
inflation's better, so
But we
who the
don't-
hell knows? But, you know.
Can I add another? I'm sorry, you're never gonna come again. Tell us what your opinion is on CMAR versus CSP, given the current financial conditions.
I'll be happy to. We did have a long conversation a couple of BOC meetings ago. Oh, yeah, sure. Good job. Yeah, we did have a long conversation about this in the BOC a couple meetings ago. I'll give you a couple tidbits of that. First of all, I don't have a strong opinion here, so you guys can land wherever you would like to land. The BOC, though, collectively.
Can I stop you right there? Sorry. You don't have a strong opinion because you don't think it's going to be that much of a difference? at the end of the day, or?
I wish I did know the future, but it's a really, really difficult environment right now.
Yeah, sure, okay.
If you based it on the last 18 months, you would say, do CM at risk. But are the next 18 months going to be the same?
Right.
Who's to say? My guess would be probably not, right? I don't think, personally, it's just my opinion, that inflation is going to continue at the same rate. But who's to say? I will tell you the BOC's opinion at the time was that CM at risk was the best methodology. One tidbit there, we have Randy Feit, who is the lead architect for Louisville ISD, and Louisville ISD does 100% of their projects CM at risk. That doesn't mean we should do the same. It's just so you have a little bit of information there. I don't know that it's a horrible idea to split these up into two. I think the other opinion would be from me and probably from the BOC as well, that you want to lump the stadium and the ISC together, right? I just think there's too many opportunities for efficiency and effectiveness to get that project done the right way if you're going to do that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So it's the opinion of the BOC, strong or not strong, that CM at risk. And what Jeff's proposing is the level of procurement.
Sorry, one more thing, just to clarify, the charter of the BOC, while it is to help Jeff, advise Jeff, give Jeff other opinions, it is not the charter, or clarify for me, it's not the charter of the BOC to review drawings, review and make recommendations. That's a legitimate question, I don't know the answer.
Craig just waited intentionally.
I know, I
for
want you
sit
to go
down.
back and forth.
I need the exercise, Craig.
Yeah, you do.
There's nothing in the BOC charter about reviewing plans. And you guys got to understand, the BOC meets right now once every 2 months. In the past, once every month. We may go back and forth depending on the workload involved. But it's a pretty big workload to review a set of plans to that level of detail.
Yeah, so we did talk about at the last meeting, about you guys being included or having a representation on the group that's evaluating RFQ responses or interviews or whatever, to having some sort of input there based on your experience in the field. So I think that'll help us more in the future and give you more of a voice, but I just wanted to clarify, you guys all have full day jobs, and reviewing plans of that magnitude is not really in your charter.
I don't see that as an opportunity. We would slow the process down way too much.
Yeah, okay. Thank you. I'll wait till you sit.
Would it also make sense to hire a third-party consultant to review plans for the most efficient use?
I could look into that. There's bound to be somebody out there that offers that as a service. More than likely, I would expect that maybe just to be another architecture firm, potentially.
At some level, are you just saying?
But again, what's the
you don't
cost?
trust the GC and the architect?
No, it's not the
That's
GC.
exactly
It's
what he's saying.
Well, yeah, because the GC is in it for themselves also.
But we're voting on a GC and we're voting on an architect, so our vote is a trust in them, but by hiring a consultant, we're saying we don't really trust you.
Well, he's already said that the architectural design needs a GC to overlook that to make it the most efficient design. And so, could you hire somebody to make it look at that and then put that out for SP? But either way.
I think that would be a lot more difficult to manage, because that person has no stake in it. So we would be at the mercy of their schedule. Can they turn it around fast enough? Whereas, a CM is basically a team player. We play, we're a team, not adversarial type relationship. He's invested, so it's in his best interest to turn it around quickly and try to bring this thing to a GMP, a final design, to that product and get that project started.
So
It really is.
the issue before us, is somebody gonna make a motion to go CMR, or is somebody gonna make a motion to separate it out? How do we do that?
Well, I'll make a motion to approve action item 10F as presented.
I'll second that motion to open up the discussion. And I have a question in discussion. When you're talking about the delay of 3 months versus 8 months, when it comes down to actual execution, if the inflationary numbers change in that time frame, would it adjust in this model, or?
Yes.
Because
it
as
would.
he said, I agree. I mean, we may see in that amount of time, the numbers could really move.
I mean, at the end of the day, just now thinking of this, so the CM is going to issue that set of documents that we've created and request subcontractors to bid on it. So just like I put out a CSP for a GC to bid to me, he's essentially putting out a CSP package at that time to subcontractors. So therein, you're getting your market conditions, your market value on your trades. We see every quote. I mean, it's an open book format. I can see anything on this project that's in their accounting. They can't hide any of that from me. So we know what all the subcontractor bids were. We go through, we evaluate them together. They'll make a recommendation. We can look at it. If he recommends somebody that we, say have had a bad experience with, we can say, we had a really bad project or two with this company. We really need to look at somebody else. So it's not just the CM saying it's, $423 a square foot or $110 million. So maybe that answers the question better than I had before. I mean, there is a very high level of accountability in there. Their fees won't change because they give that to me when we start the process. So here in another month or two, the plan would be I'm coming here asking to approve a CM at risk, and we'll have his, 1.75% fee, his insurance numbers, those kind of things. Those won't change, and they will be based on that final cost. So maybe that answers that better.
But that's also what makes me nervous anytime you have a percentage that's based on a final cost. Well, then there's the incentive to make those costs higher. That's my primary concern, but I do like the fact that all the work's gonna go into it before you kind of agree on a max price, right?
Yes.
Is that what you're telling us?
Yes, there's a lot of work that goes into there before we agree on that price.
Okay.
But, another example is there have been ordinary materials like VCT that have sometimes been hard to get. The CM is going to know that. I won't necessarily know that because I'm not dealing with those guys every day. The architect doesn't deal with them every day. So if that just is getting worse and worse, we don't want to put VCT in as a finished flooring product. We want to look at something else. I mean, there's a lot of ways that he helps during the design.
Can we table this until we talk about the elementary school and how that CMR worked?
Well,
Sure.
I want to go back and clarify the record real quick. Like, I was asking for a motion to approve action item 10F. I wasn't entertaining the motion myself, so. And then Bidder was going to make a motion to approve. So I just that's what's out there right now. So now
I was wondering if we could just table
we
this.
don't have a
I'd
second.
like to hear a little bit about how that last CMR came in before I decide if I want to do it again.
Fine.
If y'all are okay with that.
Yeah.
Okay.
So do I need a motion to table this? Or we can just go on to the next one? We're not going to take any action right now. We'll go back to it. Okay. So, Jeff, do you want to go on down to 10I?
Is it G? Is that what we're on? I don't know which one we're on.
Yep. Gee.
I have mine in order. I don't know what letter. So the next one, this is a request for approval of an architect for the stadium and indoor activity center projects. We looked at our 3 architects that have already been approved, Huckabee, Corrigan, VLK. We got some resumes showing project experience that they had in the athletics and stadium-specific areas. And so after reviewing all the documents, VLK had more projects, more recent projects than the other 2 architects. They're actually going through, I believe it's 3 stadiums in Arlington that they're working on that at least one of them, the first one, is very similar to our project where they're building the stadium around an existing field and track. That's what they just completed in Denton for their new stadium at Carrico. Was built that way. They already had the field and the track. So because of those qualifications, we felt they were the best fit for this project. So that's why we went and asked them for their fee. So their fee would be $1,583,650. That was for the stadium. They proposed a fee of $1,085,658 on the indoor activity center. And then I'm also requesting an allowance over and above that, and that was just because I want to make sure that we cover all the bases. As with all architectural contracts, we have reimbursable expenses that are charged at actual cost plus a rate that we negotiate in the contract. So I wanted to make sure that we were not spending dollars on reimbursables that weren't approved by the board. So that's why I've put that in there. If you want me to do that differently, I'm happy to. So that's why you see an allowance on that. So I've given you some information here on the back page. Too far. You can go back.
Can you go back up?
Yeah, go back up.
One more.
Go back up.
Right there.
So here, I've gone through and just listed what the contracts, the AIA contracts that we work with consider basic services, which are in an architect's base fee typically. And when we're talking percentage-based fees, they've got a list of supplemental services like civil engineer, landscape architect, technology consultants, and AV, audiovisual consultants, that typically they're not covered in that fee. So it would be 6% of final construction cost plus the additional, and that typically would be charged as a reimbursable plus the rate that they apply to that as a reimbursable. So that's kind of the two that we're looking at when we talk percentage-based fee versus fixed fee. Percentage-based fee, there's always other items that will come into play that raise the fee ultimately when you look at it at the end of a project and say, what was my net rate? What did I pay?
Help me, Jeff. Typically, architects charge 6% of project cost.
That is very common.
I mean,
that's pretty common industry standard. And
It is very common. I can't say, always. I mean, there's a lot of information I've put in here that, talk about ranges of rates and things. 6% is definitely within a typical range.
And these two quotes came in at 5.9%. Fixed fee. They came in pretty close to that industry standard 6%.
Okay, I gave you kind of the two options. So the fixed fee, the numbers I have on the cover sheet for approval, on the stadium is equivalent to 6.9%. If you look at our construction budget, that's all I have to go by right now is our budget. That includes all of those supplemental services that if we do a fee-based fee, that doesn't make a lot of sense, percentage-based fee, then you're going to be paying for your civil engineering, landscape, technology pieces in addition to that percentage. So the gamble is,
1%.
again, kind of like CSP CMR, which one are we going to yield the best, the lowest net cost at the end of the day? But we're still guessing at that.
But you're tying that to a construction budget. Where did that number come from? Because I thought we were just trying to figure out in the prior discussion what the cost would be.
So I'm getting the construction budget. That's what Huckabee developed. They're the ones that helped us put together the bond. So they're the ones that went through and estimated those projects to give us the today construction cost, which was as of a year ago, basically, then gave us the inflation to the point in time that we needed to open those projects or that we planned to open those projects. So I've taken that construction budget with the escalation they included. That doesn't mean that's the right cost. That's their opinion of probable cost. So that came from Huckabee, and that is the only basis of a number I have at this point in time until we start on a project and actually scope it out and develop that.
So really, this is a percentage-based fee because they're taking what the total budget might be, and that's how you come up with 1.3 and 1.08 is strictly dependent upon the budget, and that's how
They may.
You're going to be doing something very similar. So we're not actually paying a fee. We're paying a percentage of.
Well,
We're just putting it on paper as a fee.
A fixed
I
fee.
compared it to a percentage because I know we like to know what that is.
Yeah.
But I can't speak to how they go about developing their prices. It may be, hey, I charge this fee for this kind of project. Some of the information I gave you has a lot of information where they categorize certain project types, due to their complexity. And so they have different ranges on this information. I don't know if you had a chance to look at it, but it's there. An architect can speak to it better since I've never been one.
Well,
But there are different ways that they come up with these numbers. But I always go back to comparing them to a percent because that's the discussions that we have is what is the percent that I'm paying?
Can you clarify, what's the difference? The 6.9 says it includes civil engineering, technology, and AV consultants.
Mhm.
The 5.9 says it includes it, but it's basic. Is there a premium package?
The
What's-
5.9 includes the basic services you see above. It does not include the
It
supplemental
says
services.
basic services with.
No. It's with those being additional
As
services.
additional
Yeah,
services.
stop at services
Oh.
and then just kind of read the rest. It's tacked on there.
So you're gambling.
No premium.
Again, we can't use the architectural plans from our existing IEC center to save us the district money. That's a pretty simple building.
Again,
We're
that
gonna spend
goes
$1
back
million
now
to redesign
with
the
this
building that we
recommendation.
just did.
That takes us
didn't
back to
just
the
do.
discussion of taking one architect's set of plans and handing it to another one, and say, here, we want this. They're gonna redraw it anyway. So I don't think we're gonna see any savings.
Ugh, that just kills me, man.
And Keith can speak to it. He's had more experience in Flower Mound. Would they let us build that design over here on his campus? Is there anything that you know just off the top of your head? I don't know.
He's gonna say.
Yeah, I think the
Because
one
of
that.
their P and Z is not gonna pass.
Because they
I
have
think the
different
one that-
requirements in their
the
codes.
Current bond is bigger and much, I may be wrong about that.
It's actually smaller.
It's smaller.
It's still got a 60-yard field, which I believe is what we have there, but it doesn't include, right now, it did not
Include a
intend to include all of the locker spaces.
And this is much, the one in
So if we remain
15
true to that,
had all those
then it would be a
lockers.
smaller building footprint overall.
So getting back to the choice of VLK, from my understanding, so we have three options for us that we've granted. Did you get from each of those options kind of here's a proposed look of a stadium, and here's kind of the expected construction cost for that proposal, and by the way, here are my fees? Did you get that side by side for all three?
No, I cannot ask for fees.
No, you can. You've already,
I just read the law
It's
today.
illegal.
you can't ask for fees on a.
Once we've already
on a-
approved 3 of them,
No,
it
on a-
says you can. You
on
can
a
negotiate
project
fees, and if you
bid.
don't like it, you can move to the next one.
On a project.
Right, I could do it
bid.
one at a time,
Oh, one at a time.
but I can't get all three of them to give me the fees and then say, oh, you're the cheapest,
You
I
can
want
only
you.
say no to one, and then you can go to the next one.
Can you go back to
can
the
always
say,
go
no,
back.
you're done?
What's that?
Always go back.
Well, one of the things I think you're asking.
You can't
He
go back.
looked
Can't go
at
back once
work,
you're
we
legal.
all looked at
So you
work.
have to be number 3.
Looking at their
Like a
qualifications.
portfolio that they had put
It is
together,
a rig.
showing what they had done in recent years.
And so I'd be curious, could they tell you for that work,
Yeah.
what would the
Our schools
general
are-
construction cost be? So we can understand, somebody can design something that costs 40 million, and someone can design something that costs 20 million. We don't know that going in, or I'm sure you probably asked that question. Like so this vision I respond to, and how much does that cost construction wise?
No, it's in our bond.
Well, it started back with,
They know what our money's
But I'm just saying, on
allocated.
the RFQ process, all we did was just look at their, have you built stadiums in the past?
No.
There wasn't any process, I'm guessing.
we got the money, the estimates, the 26 million and the 19 million initially from Huckabee back in the fall of 21. Based on what their study of the North Texas area showed, stadiums were costing that were steel, not concrete, and based on what IACs were costing. That's where we got those numbers.
And my whole point from before, that $26 million estimate is now driving a flat fee, and boy, I'd be surprised if our bill didn't come up to 22 million. So that original estimate done 7 months ago
A year.
is going to come back and be the quote estimate forever.
Unfortunately, it's gonna be higher.
Well,
No, yeah, you're right.
with the Arlington projects that they are fixing to bid that are very similar, that would certainly be one way that we can look at it and say, what did they do? How does it compare? What was their price? But do you know what method? Is it a CSP? So it would be a CSP method, and I think, what, in a month? Okay. So we can get some information for you on that.
And Jeff, when it comes to the stadium part of it, as we're working through one high school versus two high schools, is it necessarily gonna be the same? Do we know what size stadium to build? Are we building the same size stadium regardless if we have one high school or two high schools?
Over here, the plan would be to build the stadium that's in the bond, which was 9,000 seats, I believe.
9,000 seats.
If
that's
we
right.
went to a two high school model, I could see where maybe that would need a change, but that was certainly beyond the scope of anything that we considered,
Well, that's
you
what
know,
I'm
in putting
wondering
together
now.
the bond, because we
Since that
weren't
hadn't
talking
been
about
decided,
that.
I'm wondering if it makes sense to decide on the stadium if we don't know what size I mean, don't we have to decide the school route
That makes
first?
sense.
Or
Seems like.
Yeah.
Our current stadium is 5.
3.
No, our current stadium's like
Three something.
3,500. I mean, we were so much over capacity
Yeah, for
at the
sure.
Melissa game and so much over capacity at,
I mean, I can tell you, I'm already
There's no question
anticipating.
about that, we're over capacity. I'm just asking, are we gonna build a certain size stadium irregardless of what route we go with one high school versus two high schools?
Well, at this point, I'm already anticipating that the charge is to design a stadium that can be expanded, because I'm already thinking I can't afford to build 9,000 seats. So I need to design it for smaller, where I can add on at a point later in time to get to the ultimate 9,000. If it turns out we can afford the 9 and we do one high school, you know, we build it, which is what we proved in the bond. If we're having issues with the cost, then perhaps we can cut some of that seating off of the 4 ends, and then we come back to it later. But to your point, if we then decided we're gonna do 2 high schools, we don't need one that big, we've already built it smaller.
But, so you.
So that would be my charge to them, is we're gonna design one that can be expanded to 9,000, just in anticipation that I'm gonna start cutting those seats back off already. I hope not, but
So I think, so we chose a 9,000, well, actually, I don't even know why we chose a 9,000 seat stadium, but I'm assuming it's because projection-wise, we're gonna be at a level that would necessitate a 9,000 seat stadium. And it
Yes.
makes sense, because projection-wise, we will be bigger than what Flower Mound is right now. And Flower Mound has, I think, a 9,000 seat stadium.
Last week was 8,000.
And Crowley was 8,000. But so I guess if we have a massive mega high school, we would need that. But if we choose that, then yeah, let's go forward. But if we're not, is that way too big of a stadium to have on hand? You know, would it be better suited to?
The other thing you could look at is, I mean, and this is just spitballing, is you could have a community stadium that multiple high schools use.
Well, I know, but you still don't need so many seats.
Well, you wouldn't need 9,000.
But you could move it down. I think what he's saying is, we may not necessarily build the stadium that size, but make it to where it could be added onto, just like our middle school right here.
How does that work with bond dollars if we said we're?
that's certainly a decision we could make later. I
Well,
mean, if we could
Yeah,
afford
if you-
9,
even
but
if
we
you
haven't
had
decided on a high
2
school
high
path,
schools, you're going
we
to
could make a
share that
decision
stadium.
to build it smaller. And wait and see.
So, I mean, we've roughly been talking, if we were to have 2 high schools, they would roughly be 2 5A high schools. Is 7,000 the right size? Is that the right seat? If we were just gonna have 1 5A, like our current high school, we're building a brand new stadium, what is the seating we would need for a stadium?
Well, the biggest number we got, we had over 5,000 people at a game already. Now, of course, we couldn't seat them, but we have already
need for
had
it.
5,000, even at 5A D2, over 5,000.
7,000, 8,000, I mean.
Are you?
For she just said.
One game.
At small.
So
She said more than one game.
I'm just asking,
Yeah,
what is the size, if we knew we had a.
4 home games and
stadium-
3 of them were over 5.
Our big games were the Melissa game and the Lake Dallas game.
And if
Those
we had
were
the, if we
really
had the
big
perfect
games.
size stadium, it would be 5,000?
Well, no, I mean, that's all
5,500,
we
6,000?
had that many people there this year.
Well, that
So
includes
we're-
all the kids running around too, doesn't it? Whoever never need a seat.
But even with the two high schools,
No,
it would be bigger than what we are.
yes, it did include students.
I guess,
Well, not really, because we're both.
I think one thing that Dr. Bitter might have been bringing up is, are we jumping the gun here trying to assign an architect for a stadium that we don't even know how big we should make it or how it should be designed?
Well, I think we know
Well,
that.
that's how we're gonna start the process.
I think
Because
we
without
know
engaging
that
an architect,
we're
we don't start
probably
those
looking
discussions.
Say no,
at-
we're gonna move on to the next one.
That we can't build that stadium. Last year, if we thought we could build it for 26 million, now we're probably looking at, we can't build 9,000 seats for that price anyway, right?
I don't think we're gonna be able to, just with what I've seen
Not with the
inflation-wise.
inflation.
And Liz may know better than I know she knows better than I, but we did sell the bonds for these two projects in the first sale.
We did.
But as far as spending it on something else and then deciding to build it later, or does
No,
it
we
have to
can't-
be
We
those
can't
funds?
spend it on anything else.
So what if
Not
we,
Proposition
So we've sold the
B and
bonds.
Proposition C, we can't.
You can only build what you can build.
Can we not
But
spend
what
it
if you-
on the stadium
can I
at
just
the middle
table the
school?
designs and then build it when we can afford it?
Can we
It's
not what
stadium
now?
You
money.
don't have to go forward if
I'm
the
just saying.
designs come in, you have to spend the money. But you have it. You've got the
Can we,
process taken
if we
care of. You
have,
have to.
I hate to say leftover, but if we build a smaller stadium at Canyon Falls, and we have money, since we can't use it or switch any propositions there, can we use it to upgrade the stadium at all at the middle school, since it's stadium
No.
money?
Out of the
No.
language, we took, because at one point we had suggested like stadiums on there in case, because at one time, you know, if you had a few dollars left over, we had to build on stadium, we'd put a plural in there that would give us ability, we could have done something somewhere else. That was removed and it was specifically for a stadium, and I'm pulling it up right now. I
At
think it said
Canyon
it's at
Falls.
Canyon Falls.
Yeah, you remember that discussion? It was like, why are we tying ourselves into a corner when we don't have to, but we chose to?
Well, the bond committee that night wanted to do it that way, to have it specific to the
So I say we
stadium at
build it
Canyon
and forward on
Falls.
that, we might as well just spend our money.
Les and I had already talked to the bond attorney about putting just stadiums, so that we could do exactly what you're just saying, Dr. McDade, about if there was extra money, being able to spend it at 377, but we cannot do that.
Well,
No,
they
the
also.
bond order did say specifically, football stadium at Argyle High School in Canyon Falls.
Right, because the
That's
recommendation
specific
was if we just said stadium, that people wouldn't vote for it because it wasn't clear where it was gonna be.
Right, they wanted it very specific,
That was a silly argument.
the bond committee.
Yeah, I don't know about that. But I
And we
think you gotta
changed it.
design them. I mean, I do think you need to design these facilities.
Yeah.
The affordability of them is gonna be really interesting.
Which I guess is probably a different.
I mean, but even if you can't afford it, you still, at least you have the designs.
Yes,
So this
Can we write in there,
construction
do we own these designs after this, or how's that work?
we can.
So we have 3 or 4 high schools.
How many more stadiums you wanna build?
4.
I mean, I don't know that we have, I mean, we need to get it
I mean, in
designed.
general.
Yes.
And we need to
Design
design
from
it.
today forward.
We need to figure out what we can afford, and the only way we can figure out what we can afford
Design it.
is by letting these guys go to work.
Is to
Right.
start
Yes.
going to work
All
on
right,
it,
let's do
yes.
it.
So the construction budget number came from where? The bond
Ready
money?
to help?
Came from the bond package that Huckabee
You ready
helped
now?
put together.
It's kind of a
You're
circle.
gonna go back and.
I don't know if we can ever build it, but let's just figure it out.
Okay, I'm gonna get through this one. I will entertain a motion to approve action item 10G as presented.
And
I'll make the
specifically, what
motion.
did he have in his motion?
I'll make that motion.
Just to
To
approve
approve
it.
these two architectural fees at 2.4 million.
There's nothing.
IAC and stadium.
Okay, so you're doing the 6.9 or the 5.9?
What I have on the cover sheet,
Yeah,
if you just recommend as approved, that would be the
okay.
fixed fee, which is equivalent to 6.9 based on construction
Okay.
budget, but it really was a fixed fee.
Gotcha.
It's just the number.
Okay.
All right, Dr.
fee's
Bitter,
gonna go
motion to
down.
approve. Do I have a second?
Second.
Mr. Rostrom, second. Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, are y'all ready to go back, or you want to keep going forward and then go
I want to
back?
get to the elementary school or what.
Well, I thought that's where we're gonna go,
I
just
did
skip to
too.
the end, but, all right. It's Keith's turn.
Okay. So the next one we have is
Warmed up.
You technically
requesting
never made it up
approval.
there. You walked like halfway and then turned around.
Requesting approval for architectural services for the new middle school. So I had Keith put together a fixed fee, which again, he looked at based on level of effort required. And their fee proposed was $4,550,000 for the new middle school. And then I'm also asking for an allowance of $55,000 on top of that for the reimbursable expenses that we, will incur, planned reproduction, traffic studies. There are a number of things that come up. When I ask him to print me a set of plans, it's, it could be a $2,000 set of plans. So that's what that covers. Again, I kind of put some of the same information in here about basic fees, supplemental, or service, basic services, supplemental services. But their fixed fee, if we look at it as a percentage of construction budget, is equal to 5.1%.
Can you go, can you scroll? Is it the next sheet? There you go.
Okay. So, same thing. We don't know, this is all based on a 1,400 capacity middle school.
Yes.
That decision, I don't believe, has been made, right?
It could certainly change, but it was in the bond.
But this construction budget is based on
1,400, not
It's
1,400.
based on a 1,400 student middle school.
It's based on what
So which
would have
means that,
built 1,400 a
means that
year
you go
ago.
down.
It won't build 1,400 today.
okay. But bottom line is, we're building a middle school, we gotta have middle school in 2025, and whether it's 1,200, 1,400, whatever, we gotta get somebody designing it.
Yes.
Right, and you go through this bid process and you pick Corgan.
Yes, we picked Corgan. In this case, some of the other advantages would be that since we're planning a middle school and elementary school on the same site, having one designer, one set of consultants designing both, we're not looking at any miscommunication, miscoordination, potential for
And so if I understand the process.
increased.
We have 3 architects. Corgan's the first one you went to. They gave you this bid. We said yes.
Correct.
And that was the same way we did with the VLK. First went to the first one.
We don't just go to the first one. Again, we look at their qualifications and we
But the
discuss
first bid you got,
and
you said-
determine this is the architect we feel is correct for this project. And no, it is not.
But we've never made it to the second bid on.
Correct.
Can't,
Because we can't go back.
can't go back.
I can't go back unless we don't work this out.
What do you mean? You can't say, what if you
Let's
say no?
let's say, if you
You
say
can,
no.
you can tell them
then
no, or you can try to negotiate and say, I don't want to pay 5.1, I'm going to pay 4.6.
But if you tell them no, you can't go back
And,
to
and
it.
they don't, they say no, and you don't agree, you can't go back.
Is that the law?
Yes.
You're
Yes.
A lawyer.
What type of lawyer are you?
Stupid. What's the point of that law?
Yeah, it seems like a.
I'd much rather be able to ask for price.
nobody, that's why I said it should be a
It would make it so
architect.
easy.
What do you mean if we say,
You can negotiate fees with them, and if they agree, then great. If they don't, and they say this is where we are, and you say, well, I'm not paying that,
Then you
we're
go to the
moving
second.
on.
Then you go to the second.
And we go to the second architect.
And what's the
Then you
downside of
can't
that?
go back.
What if he's?
What if
more
he
than the
won't? What if
first?
he's higher? You go to the third, you can't go back. There's nowhere else to go.
So we're just going to one. And
Well,
we're all-
well,
so
they've got
he's
the
right
elementary.
there.
tell him no.
and here's my
But
question.
they have the elementary, right?
They do.
That's
They do.
what he's saying. That's what he's saying.
We're trying to build a combo of
We don't
middle
like 5%.
school and
Let's
an
just tell 'em.
elementary on that same site.
I don't understand the process. I now
I don't either. But here's my question. So we have 3 options to us to build a middle school. And we have not built a true middle school yet. We built one here that was designed to be added on to.
To become a high school.
Right.
Correct.
How much thought was there, I hope a lot, on these other agencies? What kind of middle schools have they built in the past? And what was the general cost to build those middle schools? And what do they look like? Are they efficient? And then Corgan, what kind of middle schools have you built in the past? And what do they look like? And what were the cost? And VLK, I mean,
Yes, we do go through that process.
okay, so tell me about what happened.
So we asked them again for their resumes, project resumes, basically. So I had each one of them submit me middle school designs that they've worked on. We reviewed those packets, trying to see what seemed a good fit for us. We look at cost, when we get those, they usually, give us square foot, total project cost, method of contract, those type of details. So we look through all of that, and again, because of the one site, that is an advantage to Corrigan, in my opinion. Efficiencies of design, coordination of design, construction will overlap. I have one team answering RFIs, so that one architect does not answer a question that affects the other one in a negative way. In addition, Corrigan has got a actually I think it's 1,500 student middle school they built in Coppell. So they're the only one that had one of that size that we're intending to build.
What's that do?
So that's another advantage.
But
I have to look for advantages without looking at prices. So I have to really look deep to see why is this one better than the other. I'll tell you right up, every one of them can build a great middle school. Every one of them. I've worked with every one of them. So how do you choose when everybody can do it? So I have to find some way to get to that
I think
level.
I would love to see kind of what the looks of certain middle schools were. And then also what were those build costs that they've experienced versus other architectures? Because the decision to an architect is huge to everything. One, how's it look, the design, working with general contractors, the ultimate price because of where the design is fit. And that's huge. And we're basically saying, well, we don't have enough. I mean, you've got enough data apparently to say this is who I'd recommend. But wouldn't it be nice if we got to see that data also? Like, here's the comparison of the three architects. Like, here's the look, et cetera.
I can furnish that.
And this is just.
I have a question for Keith. Keith, you're doing the new elementary school, right?
Yeah.
Now we're talking about giving you this middle school. You've had a lot of other schools here in Argyle. I need better than 5%. Can you go back and give me better than 5%?
I can go back and look. I can tell you the way that I did that was looking at the number of employees that we work on that, staff, the schedule that is presented in front of us, and the consultants' fees that they provided me as well. So that is how I built that. I did not really have the exact budget cost for that. I saw what was in the bond for the total cost because that was public, but I didn't know what the exact construction fee was.
Mm-hmm.
So really what I was looking at was what it would take us to design that for this schedule that we have.
So if that budget goes down, the construction budget goes down because we build a smaller middle school, then your fee goes down?
It would if it shaved the duration off, essentially. Depends on how long it takes to design.
Okay. So
That's what it's based on. It's based on time for design.
It's not tied to, but it's not tied to cost. It's tied to time.
It's tied to time and schedule. Schedule for it. A 1,400 square foot middle school has some additional time. It's not a significant number between a 1,200, but a middle school compared to an elementary school is a significant more square footage. That takes more time to design. More complicated spaces. You have a lot more athletics, a lot more outdoor spaces. There's a lot more that goes into that compared to an elementary school.
You would agree we've been a pretty consistent customer?
Yes.
So I would appreciate you going back and seeing if you can, because I mean, honestly, you can hear us, right? We know that we have passed a bond, the community passed a bond that inflation has taken hold, and we're not going to be able to build the stuff that we got another item coming up here. It's $9 million over.
Understand?
Right? So we got to find places to cut, and you've been good to us. We've been good to you. We need a better number than that. So please see what you can do.
Okay, can do.
So how big is your team that you're using, and how many hours are they anticipated working?
Team-wise, I mean, a lot goes into it just from straight. I mean, we have a number of teams of consultants, like I said, which is a significant portion of our fee. Team-wise, we have typically lead architect, we have a project architect, we have additional architects too, usually 2 to 3 during design. It changes during your construction or during your design phase. You ramp up during construction documents, where you can have a team up to 6 to 8 working on construction documents at that time, including interior designers. We also have a spec department that will be throughout the process. That can be 1 to 2 on a spec department. We also have a QA/QC department that will also come in at the end of the project to review our drawings. So the team can be up, significant during the phases, anywhere probably from 5 to 12 at any portion during our construction. Again, that's not what all of our fee is. That's just a portion of it, along with all the consultants that we have.
Well, I appreciate you willing to relook at it.
Right.
So that means we're tabling, I guess.
Yeah. There's take no action.
Thanks, Keith.
All right, Mr. Westrom, it's your agenda, item 10I.
That's what I want to see.
All right, Jeff, 10I.
Oh, okay. I was waiting for a motion there.
No, we're
Okay.
just not gonna take action. We're gonna wait for Keith.
We're not taking action.
Oh, I thought they were gonna motion to table or something, but we're moving on. Last one. So this one is elementary school, number 4. We're bringing you the early release package that we put together and recently bid a couple of weeks ago now to the subcontractors. This included electrical equipment, mechanical equipment, structural steel, roofing, and kitchen equipment. I believe that's it in that package, which came to a total subcontractor cost. This is not a GMP number. This is just direct subcontractor costs and then their percentage that we agreed to on bonds and that insurances. So it came to $9,781,451 for the early materials that we'd like to release. So if you can scroll to the next. So I knew we needed to look at the whole cost since we're not bringing you a GMP. So we've put this together. So we have our construction budget of $34,266,055. And we have an estimated construction cost from our construction manager of $39,409,312. So this is based on the actual cost received from subcontractors of $9.781 million. And then he took the other trades and the contractors that worked on elementary 3, he had them bring their prices up to today's dollars. So we're looking at a difference of a bid in February of 21 to a bid date of December 22. So he went back to those trades and got a current price to put together this number, which also includes inflation, I believe, through March. Their predicted inflation that we're going to see over the next 4 months. And that's how he came to this total 39,409 number, which is approximately $5 million over our construction budget that we have in the bond because we have the base cost plus escalation in the bond, which is the $34 million. And so Liz and Dr. Wright, myself, Tommy, discussed it because we knew we had to present, how are we going to overcome this deficit first project. So we've already earned, I think, a little over $1 million in interest already on the bond. We will recognize some cost savings on 2017 bond projects of approximately $2 million. And again, with contingencies in some of these projects, that should go up, but I feel quite confident that $2 million is a conservative number that we finished the 2017 bond with. Then I did a quick estimate of cost savings, value engineering, it's called a lot of times. I feel very confident we can easily save $1 million off of the current south design to get to something more cost effective. And I just quickly came up with 3. Some of these I've actually already got numbers on from our CM. We can switch our manufacturer on our air conditioner units, $135,000 savings there. We've got the Fundermax panels, which is the wood that comes from Austria or wherever that we had to wait on so long to finish south. We can replace that with a different material, a paint, tile down low, some things like that. But that's a very expensive product, so I estimated that at a $250,000 savings. Take it out and put in something else. Again, I believe it's conservative based on cost at south and then looking at inflation. Aluminum feeders on our electrical services, the big wire, is another way, and that would save about $150,000 if we switch to aluminum feeders. That's, that's always on every VE list I've ever seen, one of the first things that goes out there, because it's always such a large number for a single line item. So the total of those three is $535,000. So I'm confident that we can get to that $1 million mark or even more, and it may get into a lot of $5,000 items. But just real quickly, we're over $500,000 on those three alone.
Has the CM already gone out for proposals for the subcontractors? Is that what helped drive this number?
That's where we get the 9.7 million.
Okay.
The proposals on the rest of it will come when I get the complete design. So until then, he's looking through the plans that, we were at basically 75% in running the numbers. We'll do it again at 90% to see if we're on track. So that's what we're looking at here. And then I gave you a lot of information in here about inflation and things that was, things you could look at. You look at CBRE, which is a big national real estate firm. They've said we've had about 12% inflation, and they're even predicting 14 point something this year by the time we finish the year. So I wanted to give you a lot of information. We're fighting this escalation everywhere we go.
Good old days.
And Jeff, let me apologize for Craig and Richie, and thank you for all your work you've been doing. And no, you got a hard job.
Especially now.
If you sense frustration, it's not with you. It's just with where we're at.
Don't take it that way at all.
No, it's just like, you got to be kidding me, because when I go back and look at the 2017 bond, the reason we have $2 million to potentially allocate to these new facilities is because we came in under budget on the initial builds.
Mm-hmm.
The builds that we're doing now, we're coming in over budget. And now look at this bond, I'm going, man, we're starting right now in a deficit. And it's scary when you see what we have to build.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
And so that's, I appreciate you looking for ways to cut costs and stuff, but man,
I'll say this, it's probably not worth a lot right now,
That says it all right
but
there.
our elementary schools have always been on the lower end of a range of costs. We've looked at it with elementary two. Lance Thompson is a nearby school that opened the same year, Northwest ISD. They were $20 a square foot higher than we were. Then elementary number 3, again, we went through looking at several schools, and I don't remember the numbers, but I just was surprised to see we're always at the lower end of those ranges. So I would hope that on the next one, we would again be at the lower end of a range of costs, but we have no way to predict that. So that's why it doesn't necessarily mean a whole lot, because I can't tell you that we will be this time. So we have to go with current numbers, and that says we're right in there with the rest of them. Some schools, elementary schools, have bid at $423 a square foot lately.
I would like to know what those other elementary schools, if they did the CSP or CMR.
That's easy enough to find out.
Well, we know what Louisville's doing.
Yeah, I don't know if they're big.
Yeah, Louisville's big CMAR.
Hey, Jeff, you helped.
There's another slide, the next slide, in fact, if you want to know, do you know how these projects bid too far? Go back. Oh, go back. Well, maybe yeah, that one. Sorry, you got in a different order in my packet. Do you know what contract method these schools used?
Yeah.
Can you come up and speak to that? And just so you know, we didn't put the $423 elementary school on here because it is an extremely high price, and it had some certain, things particular to the project that don't necessarily apply, but I just wanted you to know that they have bid that high.
Okay.
But it's kind of an outlier, so we didn't really want to use it for comparing.
Thank you.
The entire school made into an auditorium.
So if you could just maybe
Yeah.
just tell us which ones were CSP and
Sure.
which ones were CM at risk.
So the majority of these were CMAR, especially in what we're seeing in 2022. Now, the Prosper ES15 that you see up there was CSP. And then as we got down, we got into CMAR, and what we saw with a lot of these is the same reason that the district moved forward with CMAR here is due to the inflation and the material lead times. A lot of the districts we saw were making those changes as well to seem at risk. So the majority of what you see up there is seem at risk. If you want some more data of CSP versus CMAR, we could provide that.
I would like to see that. Because what I'm seeing right now is the lowest one on there's CSP.
Well, a year ago.
Yeah, but that
Yeah,
was
it's a year ago. I mean, I get it.
different
Yeah, no, this one,
Looks
just,
like it's
just
a huge-
Prosper was
I mean,
CSP,
and
you're
look, you got
saying?
two
For
Prospers down there.
2022?
Yeah.
That are
No,
$100 more a foot.
No, 2021.
Right, so Prosper in
CSP that was
22
Prosper up here
went
is
back to
285.
CMAR.
Now the
Even-
two CMARs are still $100 more a foot.
Even though they
And that's the same
And they
square
didn't stay with
footage.
CSP. So I mean,
So Prosper had two schools, same size, different prices in the same year?
They did.
How'd that happen?
inflation.
Inflation and different sites. They're located at different sites, so you have site cost and
I mean, they're exact
Okay.
same size. All 90, they're
Mhm.
using the same model.
what is our square footage, by the way?
104?
Yeah, I think we're gonna line up a little bigger the way we've got it right now, at 108, which is, I think West was 107.
Building the biggest elections too.
107 on west, what are you showing on south?
I haven't actually seen the square footage, but I know we've had to increase some of the kitchen space. So I think we're gonna wind up at about 108 is what I've been estimating.
107 was south.
No, it was 104.
South?
South was 104.
It was. Yeah, it got smaller, maybe because of
The library, maybe,
Square smaller than a circle.
The infamous library.
possibly.
I got it.
The positioning of it in the hallway.
I don't remember geometry that well.
That was for you. That was the library, I got it.
So what are we asking for? The 9 million ducks, when I was reading some of your slides, I originally thought we're coming in $9 million over budget. But you're actually just asking for $9 million right now to start paying some people, right?
Correct. So we can,
We're actually coming in over budget 5 million.
Right here.
yes.
But then you're gonna try to do these different things
We're
to
trying
offset
to
that.
show you how we believe can make up that $5 million.
So it's more like
Trying to
a-
give you the confidence level that we can go ahead and proceed today with this. I mean, I know it's a big ask, it's huge.
We have to, this one
Yeah.
is like,
Gotta go.
Yeah, Mr. Western's gonna make a donation.
we have to proceed with this one. It's 2024 school. It is what it is.
And again, on this one, talking with attorney, so I'd like to amend the motion as written, just to make sure we're totally clear.
You have a sheet for me?
I do.
All right.
I do have a sheet. You should ask. We are still working on a few of the finer points of the actual contract. So I wrote that to be contingent upon us completing that effort. Right now, the two attorneys have been working diligently for the last week to get this fully ironed out, and I believe we're close.
Okay. All right, I will entertain a motion to approve action item 10I with the amendment contingent upon completion of contract negotiations and authorize and direct the superintendent to execute Amendment 1 to the contract with Bogue Construction upon successful completion of the contract negotiations.
Same as the other one.
So moved.
Mr. Hawksworth, motion to approve. Do I have a second?
Second.
Dr. McDade, second. Any further discussion?
Do we still have one that
Yeah.
was tabled?
We do. All in
F.
favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? All right, thank you. Okay, we're gonna go back to 10F. I do have a motion to approve by Dr. Bitter. I'm waiting on a second.
I would like to I am fine right now with the general concept of CMAR after all this discussion. But is there a way to kind of include in the contracts I understand the 1.75% fee for doing these things. Can we lock that somehow and then make it an extra incentive if we are lower than the estimated cost?
Sure we could.
I mean,
Might give them a bonus.
yeah, I want to somehow incentivize them to not reach the very top. They're already incentivized not to go over, right? I got that.
Correct.
But how do we incentivize to lower the cost?
I mean, I can consult with the attorney, as long as it's legal, you know, I assume it is in the public realm. Private realm, it happens all the time.
Yeah.
And a lot of
Yeah,
times
sometimes
that
they
is
get
a
bonuses
share of
like
the
that.
contingency that's left over. That's a lot of times how that's handled. So I would just need to consult with her and make sure there's not something that says as a public school district, we cannot do that. I've never been involved in one myself on a public project where there was any kind of savings. It was all 100% to the owner.
But we have heard about it.
I mean,
Yeah, definitely in private work.
so right now, my major concern was everybody's incentivized to make this the highest construction cost possible, i.e. the architects in general are incentivized to have a higher construction cost, that's what they're getting paid off of. And then at risk, they're incentivized to make this as high as possible so they don't go over it. But also, they're incentivized to get up right there because they're getting the 1.75% on total construction cost. I'm trying to figure out some way, how do we lock in at this level and then give them a bonus if they save money? You know,
Yeah.
which then we win also.
Yes, and we could potentially have them bid a fee, but then turn it into a fixed amount at GMP. I've seen that done before, where when they submit step 2 of the RFQ, it would be 1.75%, let's say. At some point in time, we equate that to a number based on a cost, but then we take that and say that is now a fixed cost, and the fee goes away. I have seen that before. We do that a lot of times with general conditions cost and staff cost.
Just something like that, I think would be smart to do. That'd make me feel better.
Okay. I'll discuss it with her.
I'm still the same. I don't think we should lump them all in one. But that's just where I'm at.
Still waiting on a second.
Oh, we had a second.
No.
Nope, we got Bitter with a motion to approve.
Do you want to split it out?
I'm just tabling it.
Well,
I can't get a second.
we gotta get on, I mean, we gotta.
We gotta get, I'm all for moving forward on the middle school, on a CMR. It's time sensitive, it's 2025 open date. We're trying to work on it with
Then
land,
do you
it's gonna
wanna
make sense.
do
But
you
I mean,
wanna-
the other one, I just think just
But
from
you
our
wanna-
own
Do you want to
benefit.
create,
But
this
you-
motion's about to fail for lack of a second. Do you want to create a new motion?
Yes, he does.
Hold on one second, though. I just want to reiterate. You have our Director of Construction here advising something. You have the Bond Oversight Committee advising something, and you're wanting to go against it. So that's all I'm saying.
Yeah,
So-
because, and I also heard that there's merit in separating it.
You
Because
also
we don't,
have-
because if you're predicting the last 18 months, there's no, you know, people aren't saying the next 18 months. And that's just, personally, I'm just looking at my personal finances, where I put all my eggs in one basket under one model that we've already shown didn't come in on budget. I mean, would I do that? I wouldn't do it. I would hedge.
And every school we just saw in 2022 is using CM at
That's
risk.
not what was said.
It is what was said.
That's not what was said, but I'm fine.
No, I'm just saying, CM at risk was used in 2022,
Get your
correct?
second.
Oh, on that
You
list
know
of
what?
projects?
Yes.
Get your second.
I
On
believe
that-
he did say all of them on that
All
list,
of
all
them on that
5 or
list.
6 of those.
Yes.
That is what they said, in 22,
If you can get your
not in
second,
21.
Josh. So, all right, well, you don't have a second, so that failed.
So make a counter.
I'd make a motion to approve doing the middle school under the CMR and the IAC and stadium under CSP.
Collectively, right? The stadium and the IC is one package.
Yes, yes. I mean, I believe that's the recommendation that.
Well, yeah,
efficiencies.
and we don't even have to, approve the one package deal, I don't think. That's just me telling you how I think we're gonna be most efficient at it. Because accounting-wise, I still have to count for both projects. So even if it's one award, they still have to track them separately.
I second.
We have Mr. Western with a motion to approve CM at risk for middle school and CSP for the new stadium and IAC, I'm sorry. And Mr. Hawksworth second. Any further discussion?
Is there a scenario under this, under those projects, those athletic projects, that it won't take as long, perhaps? That difference between the example you gave of 8 months and 8 months may be less because they're not quite as involved construction, perhaps?
Well, the IAC is not as involved, but the stadium is quite involved in that design. So I'd have to ask the architect, but just me, from my, experience, I would say we're looking at probably a 6-month design time on that package, that set of projects.
And is it better for the district, in your view, to go ahead and move forward with this than to table it and wait another month to keep figuring it out?
As I was requesting, I still think CM at risk is the best method at this time. I don't know if I could say tabling it another month would, be detrimental or not.
Any other questions? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Right here. All right,
Okay.
time's 11:23. We are adjourned.
So,